was responsible for 90% of the all items inflation increase. Food prices climbed 0.2 while energy was flat. Huh. So if you strip out shelter, if I'm reading this correctly, they would have had a big mess. And the reason I focus on shelter so much, because if this is the metric I think that they're referring to, the owner equivalent rent, it's just completely bogus. It's just a concocted number that they say they derive from all these phone conversations that they have with people and how much would you rent your place for? As if a homeowner is gonna, like a normal homeowner isn't gonna have a very good idea. They're gonna be ballpark, but they're not gonna have a specific number. So yes, I could rent my apartment for $2,556.93. Like no homeowner. It's gonna be, there's be like, yeah, I don't know, $2-3 grand, something like that. What they're hyper focused on is the actual price of the house. But it's a number that can easily be massaged when if you actually look at the data from something like realtor.com, actual rents, you see that it could tell a much different story. Inflation rose as expected in July, driven by higher housing costs. Again, I think that's owner equivalent rent. We see everything kind of trending down, as you would expect, based on what's happening in the Treasury market yield curve. So we had a negative print last month. Although that might, I'm going to have to dive into that a little deeper because if my memory serves me well, I know we had a negative last month, but it wasn't negative 0.06. Interesting. All right. We're going to have to address that.
This is not interesting to me.
Now let's get over to Zero Hedge.
This is not interesting to me. It might be interesting to you, but it's not interesting to me.
Well, thank you very much. Great honor to vote. You've done a fantastic job here, and we appreciate it. We think we're doing very well. We just had a poll that shows we're doing very well. And we have an interesting couple of months ahead of us. I'm going to North Carolina right now. We're going to speak on the economy. It's basically a speech on what's going on with our economy. It's gone very bad under this group of people with inflation, with the economy itself, and so many other things. The other thing we're going to talk a little bit on is crime. If you look at the migrant crime in New York, it's been out of control, and it is everywhere, as I predicted a long time ago. And we'll be talking a little bit about crime and all of the people that have come into our country illegally, millions and millions. I think it's close to 20 million, maybe it's more than 20 million. And they shouldn't have been allowed to come here. It's causing a tremendous problem. It's causing death. And just, it's been a horror show. Nobody's seen anything like it. And it's only going to get worse. They should not have allowed this to happen to our country. With that being said, I'm leaving for right now North Carolina. Do you have a question?
Yes, sir. What is the FBI about the transmission?
Well, they're looking at it, and they're doing it very professionally, and it looks like it's Iran doing it, because Iran is no friend of mine, and, you know, a lot of bad signals get sent, but it looks like it's Iran doing it, and the reason is...
All right, let's see. Let's see what we can do. It's very hot here today for me. It's uncomfortable, actually. So sorry, I'm not wearing a jacket. Am I live or am I Memorex? I guess I'm live. Hey, Carnegie's painter. Hot day for painting. I guess you've got air conditioning up there. Hey, Pete. Zuzu. Hey, Darren Collins. Good afternoon. When Divvy. For MMTLP. Look, two problems with your question. Shouldn't be waiting on a dividend from Nextbridge. It could happen, but Nextbridge, in my judgment, has better uses for its capital than paying a dividend. And if you're still in MMTLP, you are a sucker. Hey, Scott. Thank you, Scott, for saying that. Glad to see you back on. There are a lot of us that appreciate you. Do not let the negative people discourage you. I do get discouraged. And I also just wonder what the heck has this morphed into, because I actually thought early on that we had some pretty good information about what was going on. And I do think that. I think we have pretty good knowledge of what happens in the markets. We forget it, and then we start trying to blame other people. But what I guess what I didn't realize, and I guess I kind of hammer you guys to understand, is the markets, the stock market, you have to try to figure out your theory, your thesis. You have, whether it's a macro or in one stock, one investment, and then you have to try to see how it's going. And if you feel pretty much 60, even a high number would be 80% of the story is working out, you stay with it. But you gotta live with the facts. And the facts are so hard. The facts are the market is corrupt beyond redemption. And it's set up to destroy you, unless you put your money with a wealth advisor at Morgan Stanley, Merrill Lynch, Fidelity, Vanguard, Wells Fargo, UBS. They're just going to strip you. And I think look, these guys on Wall Street aren't any smarter than you are. They don't work any harder than you do. Some do. There's an occasional hard worker. But most of them, they're just there for the free ride. They're like any other human being. Sure, some might have gone to a better school, whatever that means. But most haven't done anything in their life to deserve the kind of money they make. And they all get in trades just as crowded as the rest. Look what happened 2 Mondays ago when everybody wanted out of the so-called yen carry trade at the same time. And people talk about it as if they know what it is. I mean, I can define what it is. I just don't understand why everyone crowds into it so much. I guess because it's free money. It's just free money. You leverage up and you control the Fed, the Bank of Japan and the Fed, and it's just free money. But anyway, let's not get me. I can go off on that. I haven't spoken to him. He was with his son earlier, but he may call in. I didn't ask him to. but I can. I just assume he's tied up. But it's 2 o'clock. We have plenty of time for him to come in on. Looking at the scores around the league, and you know, you look at Finger at $1.81. Let me tell you something about Finger. Let me give you the negative thing I want to say, although we're already probably through the negative. Probably all the negative has happened now. But to me, when big investors or investors who come in to help a company out, the criminals drive the price down, and the investor says, all right, I want to, instead of $2.50, I want to pay $1.50 a share, thinking they're getting a good deal. But they outsmart themselves, because there's one guy on here owns 11%. His 11% was trading at $2.50. Now he says, I want to buy this tiny little portion at $1.50. The entire complex comes down to touch $1.50. It always happens. You never, ever, ever can create an arbitrage in real time. At least never is probably a strong word. It's very rare. And so the market comes and clears out the difference. So that's the negative. The positive on this last offering is it's small. It's a one-off. It's like ripping a Band-Aid off a boo-boo. It hurts once and then you move on. So that's the only negative. The other is we're in the middle of August, and by this time everybody's at the beach. I watched an interview of Rose Kennedy 2 nights ago. I don't know how it popped up. And it was, for me, it was quite moving, just how strong a woman she was, and how strong a mother, wife, and also she was a true believer, a true practicer of the Catholic faith. She had a lot of wisdom. She dealt with a lot of pain in her life. A very courageous woman. But why did I bring up Rose Kennedy as it relates to Finger? I can't remember. It'll pop in my head. I'm having a Biden moment. But I guess maybe just the fact that it was Hyannisport and sailing, that's probably why I did. It's August. Everyone's at the beach. And nothing will happen. So we're just in the period of time where we should just ease off a bit, look forward to September. So what are the positives I see in Finger? I see that, and I don't have any firsthand knowledge, but I think there's going to be a brokerage firm out of New York that comes in and supports the stock. I think that'll be terrific. That's one. Two, I love this new contract. None of you guys are as excited as I am about it, but I think this contract for whatever they call them, emergency vehicles or first responder vehicles, whatever it's called, for the entire country is very big. And then we've got, of course, as ever, every 90 days, you get another earnings window to look into. And it gets us this much every 90 days, gets us this much closer to my favorite themes, which are the government contracts and I assume they're government, it's China, and the big insurance, the big data, Sapientus. Those are the things that are going to give Finger Motion a quantum leap, like warp speed into a new price level. And at a new price level, you could get a squeeze. But to me, and this is just the cold, hard truth, they seem to have short squeezes under control in Finger Motion for the time being. But I would submit to all of you, for those of you who get upset, the other day I heard about when Ham was on Twitter, there were some people upset. You know, I think Finger would be a whole different story if Ham were not involved. He's a bit like Hercules trying to fight back all the other gods at the same time, the criminal gods. It's a bit overwhelming. But look at some of these stories. Like there was in the news the other day, an automobile sitting in a garage, an electric vehicle, burst into flames, and I think hurt 30 people or burned 30 other cars. I can't remember. But this was what MMAT had. They had a membrane that was state of the art, the best, that separated whatever is in an electric vehicle's battery, but it separated the hot stuff from the good stuff so you didn't get an explosion, or it would melt and block the two, or it would harden. I don't know. It did something. And the shorts don't care. They don't care. It's their right to steal all of the money out from you, from the markets, and they don't care. But look at the damage it does. And now where is that technology going to go? I'll give you two guesses. I bet it'll go to a Goldman Sachs fund or a Madison Dearborn fund, or it'll go to China. Maybe it'll go to Tesla. But it won't go to you. You're the shareholders. It won't go to you. It's not right. It's not right. So anyway, I would submit to you, for all his human frailties, Ham's yeoman-like efforts have kept Finger from having a similar fate. Now, that's not to diminish the tremendous work of the management team, the CEO, and all of the employees of Finger Motion, and the investors. I mean, there's big-time investors there moving and shaking. But my point is, the modus operandi of Wall Street, and it is Wall Street. It's Vanguard, it's BlackRock, it's the ETFs, it's Goldman Sachs, it's Jamie Dimon's firm, it's everybody. Griffin, they're all in on it. They probably gather once a year in the in Transylvania, Pennsylvania, and go to a castle and laugh in the dark with fireplaces going and poke fun at the rest of us. But they're all in on it. And you know, you look at a company like MULN, great story. You look at a company like MMAT, great story. You look at a company like Root, great story. You look at companies like, I guess, RUM, CVE, Northwest Biosciences, all great stories. They get bloody slaughtered. And that's the whole thing. The news doesn't matter. What they do doesn't matter. The key, and I keep saying this, and CEOs don't listen to me. Why would they? Because I come off as somewhat unhinged, I'm sure. Prepare as I might, I never have everything ready. Let's just assume, for sake of the argument, let's just assume whatever X is, whatever the unknowable X is, whether it's the data or the government contracts or management or growth, for Finger Motion, I'm going by benchmarks research report from a year ago when the company was smaller. With 55 million shares outstanding, their target price is $5 per share. Well, you can calculate what X is worth by, let's see how I do that. I got to remember. $5 equals for X is what? I guess you multiply by 5 or you divide by 5. Anyway, I'll just do it with a calculator. I can't think of the way to draw that into an equation form. I used to be good at that. 55. Yeah, that you multiply it. That's what you do. You multiply it by 5. So 55 million shares times 5 is X becomes, in this case, I'll put it in a circle. X becomes $275 million working backwards when you have 55 million shares outstanding. Well, the company's only trading at around $80 million valuation. So that is based on management, projection, growth, the massive upside, whatever people think for the bullish case. But what the criminals do, as management's creates the 275 million in value, what the criminals do, they change this. And they make the company, they make the market experience 1 billion shares like MULN. And I bet with MMAT it was more than 1 billion. But let's just change this to 1 billion. If they can get the numerator to 1 billion shares that the company sells, like CVM keeps selling stock, or Northwest Bio has 1 billion shares, what happens, the $275 million in valuation instead of being worth $5 a share becomes worth 27.5 cents a share. I don't know if this is just too basic to understand, if it's annoying. All the short's goal is to change the numerator, increase the amount of shares that CEOs issue. It's the same 275 million being created in value maybe over the next 6, 9, 12, 18 months for Finger. But if somehow they could get Finger to do deals with Jeff Easton, the lying scumbag bully that he is, in my judgment, in my opinion, and editorially, the benefit of this huge upside becomes 27 cents a share instead of $5 a share when there's 55 million shares outstanding. That's their whole goal. It's nothing harder than that. It's nothing hard to understand. Their whole goal is to cause the company to destroy itself by raising money at low prices. And so everybody does it. Finger Motion was at, I think, $4.38 or something like that when we went to NASDAQ. I met all the investors. So that investors put money in at $2.50 recently, and then the stock goes to $2, they say, no, we want 150. The stock trades down to $2. They say, no, we want 150. Well, the whole bloody complex comes down to 150. Now, if you were the CEO at CVM or the CEO at Vocal or the CEO at the board at MMAT, or if you were the board at MULN, you'll take Jeff Easton will come to you, the lying scumbag that he is. He'll come to you and he'll say, well, I've had a fresh look around back, and we're out of the Norwegian blue, but I can offer you at the market financing with a discount of maybe 5-10% for our fees. So we're willing to do a trade for you at $1.40, and there's some warrants, but there's a formula in there. And then it gives cover for his criminals to keep selling the stock, and he has a formula to keep issuing stock, and the denominator eventually becomes 1 billion shares or more. So the CEO's doing all the work he or she did to get it to $4 or $5 a share, but in the meantime, they're standing on quicksand. The quicksand is Jeff lying mother Eastman and Philip Vallier, Hailey Kim, Sam Chung, John Hancock, all those lying bastards at the Lind Partners, New York City. And if any of you are CEOs, and if you raise money through the Lind Partners of New York City, you deserve what you get. But your shareholders sure don't. So why don't you resign and let the newest hire take over your company, because she would understand this better than you do. If you're taking a deal from the Lind Partners, New York City, or from Aubrey Advisors, or from Ionic, or from Yorkville, or from Power Up Lending. Grow a pair. Go raise money the old-fashioned way. Ask people one by one. Don't go to a so-called Wall Street financial firm so they can just gut you and destroy your shareholders, but you get to keep the car, the house, the wife, the college educations, the health care, and then who are you really working for? You're working for the devil, who is Jeff Easton. All right, so anyway, sorry I got off on that. I'm not going to do it because I don't have the capital. But if I were in Finger Motion, I know you're going, God, they did it again. They sold stock. They said they won. They didn't sell that much. And they're staying away from Jeff Easton. And there's positives coming. I would, were I you, and I have $1,000 in my piggy bank, which I don't, I would look out at, I'm not going to do it because I'm not going to give advice. You have to look at it. But there's August calls, September calls, October calls, November and December. When the stock is down and nobody wants it, that's a pretty good time just to buy a sprinkling of calls. Don't go overboard. Don't go overboard. I would stay close to the money, but the damn thing's under $2. Why don't you go buy calls at $2 calls? Heck, you could even buy probably the $1.50s without paying much of a premium. Buy $2 calls. And I wouldn't do August. I don't think I'd do September, but maybe October, November. And then if you've got, let's say you're able to buy 10 of them for 25 cents. Let me make sure my arithmetic is correct because I always get it wrong when I'm. Yeah, I was right. So you can buy 40 of them. Maybe you buy 40 calls, $2 calls at 25 cents. I don't even know. I didn't look at the prices. This is just conceptual. And let's say a capital markets research report comes out, institutions start buying. There is finally some positives on the earnings. Finally, there's an earnings report that doesn't have to be explained. People can just read it and go, wow, that's good. Maybe there's a further update on the contract. But maybe just because people come back to their desks, the stock goes to 250. Well, you turn your 25 cents maybe into 60 cents, 50, call it 50 cents. Sell 20 of them, take your money off the table. Then you have the other 20, let them run. Or take it, roll it up to the next month. But anyway, I would just point out to you that this doldrums that finger motion is might be giving you a chance for the intrepid soul to do a small trade on calls. I'm not saying get all heavily into it. I'm not saying that, but just the time to buy calls is when everyone else is regurgitating them, not when everybody's flooding in. You want to be a seller then. Then I wanted to talk to you a little bit about, let me see if I made some notes for myself. You're going to think I'm crazy, but I've always been crazy. It keeps me from going insane. I can't find my glasses. Darn it. Okay. I still think that now there's people out there calling for a Fed cut. I've been stubbornly saying they're not going to cut. I think I've been right so far. It's getting to be a little bit of a flip of the coin. But some people are calling for a 50 basis point Federal Reserve cut in September at their September meeting. I'm going to say no still. However, what's weird is that the bond market, the 10-year bond, is down almost 100 basis points over the last many weeks. So the Fed, while it's maintaining a strong posture on interest rates on the one hand, I believe is buying the bonds on the other. Now, you could argue that the bond market is making that decision. The bond market's looking out and saying there's not going to be a war. We're going to have Kamala Harris, which will be great for the country. We won't have mean tweets anymore. We're going to have a booming economy, but sort of a Goldilocks economy, not overheated, but it's going to be strong enough that our dollar and our debt is going to remain strong. I don't know what else the bond market could be thinking. They could be thinking we're going to go into a recession and therefore interest rates will come down. But you don't want too big of a recession or a depression because then collateral disappears and some bonds become worthless. I don't really go for that the bond market's making this decision. I think the Fed is out there buying the 10-year. Anyway, this is August, and I think that we're about to witness the end of the bull market that I missed like an idiot. I look back on it. I should have stayed at Morgan Stanley and just built my business, because the Dow has done tremendously. And why did I have to go out and try to reinvent the wheel? Maybe it's one way to look at it, but maybe on the other hand, maybe there's some things to be doing now to benefit from all the lessons learned. But I think over the next 2 weeks to November, from the next 2 weeks till when Kamala Harris is selected as your next president, so I would say, how long is it going to take to count the votes? Probably 30 days. There'll be 1 or 2 states they have to truck ballots in that somehow got lost in the mail, and the computers, they'll still be counting. But when they select Kamala Harris, so let's say end of November, maybe sometime between now and the end of November, I expect that the Dow could be 60,000 points. The NASDAQ could be 25,000 points. The Russell could be 3,500. The S&P could be 7,500. That's a huge move. It'll be vertical. It'll be like going up, the biggest roller coaster ride you've ever been on. So in that world, if you can think of call options to buy or stocks to buy, I think the tech stocks will go back up. I think there's going to be a rotation into other areas. Any stocks that you like, maybe buy calls or buy more stock. But this is it, girls. This is it. How long will it last? I don't know. But it's going to be amazing. And everyone is going to be it's going to be the high life. Wow, look at all the money we're making. Automobile sales will start off again. Yachts, even housing prices might keep going up. Everybody will be flush. And Kamala will get to be president. A woman, finally, all is good in the world. And then the 40-year, 42-year, 45-year bull market will end. And some people credit the bull market from August of 1982. So we're now in August of 2024. That's a 42-year bull market. If you add another 6 months, another year to it, it's a 43-year bull market. Maybe it'll last longer. I don't know. But when it's over this time, my prediction, pain. My prediction, a round trip. I wouldn't go so far as to say that the Dow will go back to 1,000, but you wouldn't be that far off if you called for it to go all the way back to 1,000. Maybe it goes to 5,000. It is going to be bloody. So my message is, there's ways to make money right now. You know them better than I do, and hopefully you have some money to do it with. But as you get profits, I think you need to move that money into, you can go into stocks. It's just the leading stocks are going to get crushed. It'll be a rotation, but I think you need to start looking into, need is the wrong word, but you could consider looking into resource stocks, stocks within income, defensive stocks, or cash for a while. But gold, silver, platinum, farmland, paying off your mortgage. I do not believe for a minute that they're going to let your mortgage get devalued. Remember, the other side is the banks. Just get out of slavery, get out of debt, Um, one thing to play is the SMH index. That's the semiconductors index. It's been under pressure. SMH, it's been under pressure. But if the rally comes, I fully expect that those stocks will go back up like NVIDIA. So I don't have SMH here, but I wrote down from the guy I was listening to that SMH could double over the next weeks and months. Double. This is, and I do think the interest rates on the 10-year are, you know, unless there's a crisis that you can't see, I think they're going to head lower. But that's different than saying the Fed funds rate will be lower. I don't know. I think we're going to have a perfect storm where the market, you're not going to believe what happens. In that environment, I think some of these stocks that have been heavily crushed by short sellers could start to gain life. I don't know if it'll be a MMAT. And by the way, MMAT, there's no way you should own that stock anymore. You should be selling that stock. I can't give you advice, but when I first said that to you, it was over $1. It's now 58 cents. MMAT is going to 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And it declared Chapter 7 bankruptcy. I know a week ago I said to you, you could have sold MMAT over $1 and bought every 2 shares of MMAT, you could have bought 1 share of Logic or something I said like that. That doesn't make sense because it was $1, so divide by 2 cents. Whatever I said, the ratio. Well, that ratio doesn't work anymore. And everyone's impatient with Logic. I know. It's not doing anything. It's under 2 cents. In fact, it's 0.018 to 0.0185. Man, I wish I had money. I wish I had money. But they're trying to do the same thing to Logic that they did to MMAT. It's not a thinking process. Just destroy the denominator. And Brent has the job of getting 6 companies to come into Logic at a ratio that makes money. But if just one of the CEOs says, when you first were talking to me, your stock was 3 cents. Now it's under 2 cents. I want double the amount of shares. Well, that screws it for everybody else. So that's what they're trying to do. I don't think they're going to get away with it. We're in the dog days of August. Everything goes down. It's hard to even think. The human mind doesn't let you even think 3 weeks ahead. You're like, oh my God, everything's red. It's never going to be green again. But I think a lot of these stocks that we've been trapped in are going to start seeing green days ahead. But it'll probably be September. That's the problem. But that's the opportunity too. All right, so I did want to read. I know John isn't here. Let me see if I can find it in bigger type. No, can't. Okay, let me go back here. All right, so I wanted to read this to you. And John Croissant is not here. He's sick of waiting. He's sick of waiting. Hey, Amby. Well, Phil Zill, I don't believe you're a longtime follower. And if you were, you wouldn't make that connection. AMC is a piece of shit company when they were raising money. Now the movie theaters are full. I'm glad it's giving you the AMC vibes. Go catch a movie. How long did it take your broker to deduct the fee? Mexican, I really am highly skeptical Webull has the shares. They haven't deducted the fee from you probably because they don't have the shares. If they charged you the fee, they would have to perform. I don't think they can perform. But that's the negative. The positive is, in my time frame at E-Trade, it took about it took about 10 weeks. For me, it took about 10 weeks. Now to them, they told me it took 4 weeks because they dated it April 1. Four weeks or 5 weeks. But I started calling them in January. So I think you're still in a time frame. I would call them again and put as much into, reduce them as much of the understanding you have into emails back to them. That's what I would do. Yeah, Stoney's right. I think once they get it, through their own, I don't know what to call it. You know, once the person that you speak with gets it through approval, gets the money, and then gets it to stock transfer, once all that's done, I think it's about a month. I think it's about a month. How does anyone listen to Chapter 11, William, anymore? Guys, 5 years ago, while I had arranged with, over a period of time, I did a lot of work, the due diligence, the proof of funds and all that. I had arranged with someone, signed a contract to develop my house. I was behind on my mortgage payments. I did not get the help. In 2008, my brokerage account went from 2.3 million to about $80,000 in about 45 days. I wasn't on margin. I wasn't leveraged. None of that. It's just that when Lehman Brothers collapsed and Bear Stearns, it had an impact on these businesses. Well, my friends on Wall Street received checks. I had friends receive checks, $3 million, $2 million, $1 million, just to remain in their seat as a stockbroker. I didn't get that kind of help. My losses were real. It happened in their accounts. It happened in everybody's accounts. But for me, the shares I had to liquidate to pay my bills, and then the accounts finished. Also, the contracts I had to make money was with not so large, but large contracts to me, was with oil and gas, uranium, and other resource companies. Those contracts all disappeared. So my income disappeared. I got behind on my mortgage. mortgage payments. And I continued with a friend of mine that I used to work with at Merrill Lynch. I continued to work on real estate in DC. He, once he met my guys that I introduced him to, he was a guy at Merrill Lynch that had a reputation for burning and churning clients. But I always liked him, and I didn't take that seriously. But he wasn't a particularly honest man. He was mostly greedy. But we must have done, I don't know, 20, 30 properties over the space of 2 or 3 years, and then it grew from there. I bet all in it was over 50 properties. But once he met my guys and they talked, they said, "What do we need Bill for?" So I continued working because I couldn't believe that they're all my friends that I put it all together, that I'd be cut out. But sure enough, I was cut out, and they, it's real estate. They don't fit. Well, he said, well, let's call the guy Schittle. Schittle has a family, his children. Of course, he's not going to honor his deal with you. He's got to feed his children. You don't have children. I mean, this is the thinking that went on. So even though I was working, continuing to work transactions, cash wasn't coming in, and I had a lot of equity in my house. I hadn't overburdened it with mortgages. So I continued to work on bigger deals, bigger transactions. I raised money for gold companies and oil companies. And I was on my way to Madrid to meet a wealthy investor and my client, a great friend of mine, a guy I care about very, very much. And when I landed, the person that was supposed to wire money to the hedge fund who had taken over my mortgage, remember Obama, folks, he was an FDR. There was no help for me anyway. I applied for it, but there's no help for a white guy that wasn't gay, and there's no help. So she didn't send the money. My house was auctioned. The guy that bought my house, the winning bid was $1.4 million. He put down $2,000 on a bond, and then he defaulted on that. He didn't settle. He tried to get me evicted from my house. He brought about 13 people to the front door, and I had to get an attorney. And he was a developer. He worked with the banks. He defaulted. So the court declared his purchase in default and set another auction date. I went back to the same person, I guess because I'm loyal. I don't know. I look back on that. I wonder why. I said, hey, we can bid again. And to her credit, she got on the phone. She showed her finances. She talked to the people, worked. And my attorney called up and he said, do you know you could stop all this by declaring bankruptcy? Well, at that point, I had absolutely no cash. I was completely down to my last shuck. And the attorney dug in his heels. He said, well, I'm not going to do anything to file unless I have $7,500. I asked her, she said, well, why do I have to do that? The guy's not going to come in and settle on the house. He didn't do it before, so what are you worried about? I said, well, the house right next door just sold, the exact same house, attached, the same bricks, attached, just sold for $250,000 more. Of $250,000 more, just sold and settled. And it's a shell. They're completely gutting it. Why wouldn't he? He can see those records. She said, well, I don't know. And she wouldn't listen. She said, I want to think about it. So she took a week to think about it. So I went to a friend of mine, and we met at Clyde's, and I always did more business than he did at what's now Morgan Stanley, but now he's a top producer at Morgan Stanley, doing business with a lot of the clients that I spent 5 years in London. They're not my clients; they're the guy I worked with. But I saw how the business flowed, and I said, could I borrow $7,500? There were two numbers, $7,500 and $15,000. The lawyer wanted 15, but he gets started for $7,500. Can I just borrow that for 1 week? Because the chick will send it next week. And this friend of mine, who makes more money in a month than most people make in 2 years, the average people anyway, he said to me, no, boss, you're living for free. I'm not going to help you. Go get a job. This is my friend. And I'm like, wait a minute. I've got equity in my house that I'm trying to protect. That's like you telling me your clients whose accounts have gone from 400,000 to 2 million, that they didn't do any work for that, so they shouldn't try to protect that. What are you going on about? He said, no, I'm not going to help you. And I said, well, the thing is, this guy, I'm going to have, if I can't get my house under control, I can't negotiate with the IRS, the District of Columbia, and my other creditors. And the price is locked lower than what it's trading for now. If I can just get it into Chapter 11, where my attorney can talk to everybody, we can negotiate everything, and I can walk out of there with some cash or with just debt free, whatever it works out. And I said, by the way, by doing this, by declaring bankruptcy, worst case, your $7,500 would come out first. I'm not a lawyer, but that's how the bankruptcy lawyer, it would be sort of debtor in possession financing. That's how it would be described. So he said, no, Haas, nobody lives for free. You need to get a job. So I left, and I tried to be very civil. He's a friend of mine. And she did, a week later, I think it was a Tuesday, she did wire, she wired the full $15,000 to the attorney. And the attorney declared Chapter 11 for me. He called up the other side and said, hey, we're in Chapter 11. You have to call off the auction and negotiate with me, and the lawyer will settle it all up. Well, the developer, that was Wednesday, so she wired the money on Tuesday. The attorney filed Chapter 11 on the Tuesday. On the Wednesday, the other side, the bad guys, called and said, we already settled. And I said, he called me. I said, it doesn't make any sense. When did the money transfer? When was settlement? When did they exchange the title for the cash? And he said, oh, they haven't yet. I said, well, then they didn't settle yet. So you filed in time. He said, no, being a trusting attorney, a gentleman, talking to other bankruptcy attorneys, everyone's an officer of the court. he's never met an attorney that effing lies. He said, no, they settled last Friday. I said, yeah, but you just said they haven't sent any money. Well, they're telling me it was Friday. I said, could you send proof of that? So this developer who does hundreds of houses, he had to date had done something like 420 houses. He got a notary public to backdate a form to the Friday date, and the money transferred that future Thursday. So my friend, by not helping me, you know, I don't know, he had to teach me a lesson or something. If I had had that money that Wednesday when I was talking to him, or Tuesday, whenever I think she told me on Tuesday she needed a week, right around then, we could have filed before that Friday. But hey, I guess I had to learn a lesson. So the guy who settled on my house by lying, by cheating, by backdating with a notary, he bought my house for 1.4, and oh, boo-hoo. He had to go get money for a few months. I think it was a total of half a year, 9 months to settle with the court at 1.4. So he had that cost. But the auctioneer charged me over 100,000. I had to pay all the hedge funds attorneys well over 100,000. All of that could have been avoided or negotiated down. The second mortgage, which was willing to settle for less than 50 cents, they sold that. It was Citibank, sold it to another hedge fund, and they got maximum. They got 110% of their money. I went through the bank. I did it myself. I didn't know what I was doing. There was COVID. Doors were shut. I would go in. I would do my best, but I was all on my own. I had to go in landlord-tenant. I had to go into the courts that are all shut. I had to go to, I did it. I tried to do it all. But as soon as he got my house, without doing a thing to it, he listed it for $2 million. So it was $600,000 in equity right there, gone, poof, gone. And then the ability to negotiate with the creditors, gone. So as I've left that house, not only was I unable to negotiate, I carry tax obligations as well. And he didn't. I said, look, there's going to be capital gains. Oh, Haas, you probably have losses. I'm sure you can negotiate. I'm not going to help you. That's my friend. And now this asshole comes on here to tell you that I'm Chapter 11 Bill. You know what, Matt? You can go fuck yourself. I fought to try to keep the equity in my house. I was in that house for 23 years. I fought to keep the house I love. And I miss it every single day. And my attorney told me the best thing to do was Chapter 11. So Matt, you can go take yourself and jump off a bridge. All right, so that's my explanation of why I'm in Chapter 11, or was. Well, that's true, Mitchell. I have to say that I look back on my enthusiasm for short squeezes, both in GTII Finger and then MMTLP. By the way, that was after the loving. MMTLP was no longer trading. So people didn't make there was no decision to make. I feel kind of foolish looking back because there was no there was no well, there were no squeezes, but I don't know how to say it. There were squeezes, and I don't want to go back over it. I think GTII was in the middle of the squeeze. I think Finger was tagging along. But at that time, two guys came by. Robert the Rabbit, band leader, came by, and he sucked money out. And now he's playing the victim. And then George Fliakos over at COSM came by. He took 35 million out. And I don't know if he's playing the victim. I think he outsmarted everyone. He probably traded his offshore accounts. And just reminding you, everything's in my opinion, in my judgment and editorial. That stopped those squeezes. So I look back and I think, you know, why didn't I just come out right at that time if my vision is so good and just say, hey, it's over at $9. It's over at $7. I don't know. Looking back, it was pretty clear what was happening. The criminals paid off some men to come get people to get out of those stocks. Just like they closed off GME and AMC. They found a way to cap GTII and Finger. I do believe, though, now that Finger is the little engine that can. It can turn into a locomotive. And but if you don't buy that idea, then you know you don't buy it. And Matt, look, Chapter 11 Bill. I guess this guy Matt, who you don't know his last name, he's never had a problem. He's never been late on his rent, or he's never cheated on a girlfriend. He's just perfection personified. He can go screw himself. Thank you, Stan. Stan, I'm embarrassed. My house is probably now, to renovate my house, $4 million. It'd be a $4 million house. And I bet that's, I don't know. I don't even go over there anymore. But so much money was left on the table. At the core, she, in her heart, couldn't trust, or she was listening to too many people. She just couldn't trust that a man didn't have that cash. And how did I get to Madrid to meet clients? Fact is, the client paid for my trip. But she, I don't know what she was thinking. The funny thing is, Stan, I only asked her for two things. I said, you're buying my house. You can buy it for whatever price you want. And we just, of course, have to negotiate with the creditors so that when we flip it or we renovate it, whatever that is has to be taken out. But you can sell it, whatever. I'm not going to try to control any of that. The only two things I want is, while you're drawing up the plans and all that, you give me enough time to just move out. I'll move immediately whenever you bring the first shovel. But in the meantime, you have the keys. You can come and go anytime. But let me just get my shit out of here in an organized way. And the second thing I asked her for, I just want first right of refusal when you sell the house. So that if I can organize to buy it back, whether it's renovated or not, just give me first right of refusal. And I told her that I thought the profit would be over $1 million. I thought it could be $1.5 million. Her advisors that were all in love with her and protected, whatever happened. I said, you can have the first $500,000. You take the first $500,000. I'm not doing this for the money. But this son of a bitch, he got my house for $2,000, and he got that $600 or more $1,000 profit net of whatever he paid for interest, which is next to nothing. I bet he got his money at 0.05%, and whatever he paid for his lawyers. So she missed out on that. She missed out on $500,000 in profit. I actually signed a contract with her to sell the house at $1.2 million. I wasn't trying to take advantage of her in any way. But anyway, to this day, Stan, I can't figure out what happened. I don't understand her thought process. She went to California. I called her from Madrid and said, you told me you were sending the wire before I left. You promised. Did you send it? No, I'm doing it this morning. I said, good. The auction's at 11:55. You got time to send the money. She said, yeah, but I'm in California. So when'd you go? I went last night. So when are you going to wire it? Well, the bank opens at 9. I'll wire it at 9 o'clock. I said, chickadoo. The auction will already have occurred. It will already, it's happening at 10:55. No, maybe 11:55, 10:55. And I can't remember, one of those. 9 o'clock in California is 12 o'clock in DC. I said it's going to be gone. And then my friend went over to the auction. I held on the phone. She was calling, they were calling, trying to get them to stop the auction, but they didn't stop it. And she wired $440,000 that afternoon, but the auction had already happened. And so, yes, I did declare Chapter 11. I did try to fight. I tried to argue in court, but then it became circular. This young, long blonde-haired magistrate judge ruled on some obscure Montgomery Hawk ruling that this guy who put down $2,000 could evict me even though he didn't own the property. Some nightmare thing. I tried to fight it, but because of COVID and because the lines were so long, somehow I didn't do one thing right, even though I showed up in court over and over and over again. I typed it, I showed it to I did everything I thought proper. She ruled against me. So when I went into bankruptcy to have my day and say, look, this guy defrauded me. The new judge, the old judge retired. The new judge listened to me, but you know what? The magistrate judge ruled you had a contract. I said, that was the stupid landlord-tenant. This is real property here. Anyway, I didn't win, but I fought hard. And if that prick, Matt, wants to go to the SEC, or if he wants to come see me and show me that he's never lost any money in his life and he's never relied on people and then been disappointed in that friendship or in that agreement, I'm all ears, Matt, but not on this, not here anymore. You cowardly criminal. I believe you're one of the criminals. You're just a coward. You don't even give your last name. You just come in here and try to dissuade everybody. People don't have to listen to me. I don't make any money doing this. And yeah, everyone here was chasing a rainbow with short squeezes. I got caught up in it when I'm listening to him and listening to what can happen. But hey, after 2 years, Matt, you win. You win, Matt. Your thievery and collusion and racketeering wins. You own the cops. Congratulations, Matt. I hope it fills that hole inside of you. I hope when you're facing periods of time alone that you feel good about yourself. When you're driving your Mercedes down the highway, you feel good about all the money you've stolen. Because that's all you are, Matt, is a thief. Yeah, Nunya, I think what's funny, Nunya, those guys that came and told people to get out of GTII, go to COSM, it was going to be the mother of all squeezes, they got taken advantage of too. This whole thing is bigger than people realize. Bigger than people realize. All right, so John Croissant is not here, but I want to read something to you guys about platinum from Goldfix, which is behind a paywall. This was written by Evan Lorenz. And it talks about electric vehicles like Porsche, and the delay in the transition to electric vehicles being significant as it underscores broader implications for the platinum group metals platinum group metals, PGMs. So this article was written, and it references Grant's interest rate observer. And so now I'm quoting him. In preview, Grant's is bullish on platinum. And the company, let's write it down. For those of you who are listening to Chapter 11, William, the name of the company is Anglo American Platinum. I'm going to write that down. And John's not here because he's on vacation at the beach. But I'm going to look this company up. Anglo American Platinum Limited. It's the world's #1 platinum miner. The symbol is ANGPY. And you can take that from Chapter 11, William. That's the ADR. Okay, so here's the thesis on platinum that Grant's interest rate observer, I guess, I don't have that's behind the wall. The newsletter suggests that the prolonged use of internal combustion engines might present a, so to speak, silver lining for platinum bulls, given the demand for platinum group metals in traditional motors and hybrid vehicles. So to further highlight the thesis, Porsche pulls back on electric vehicles. Porsche AG recently acknowledged that the shift to electric vehicles is taking longer than anticipated. The transition to electric vehicles will take longer than we assumed 5 years ago. The luxury automaker reported a 51% drop in first half sales of its Taycan sedan, an electric model priced over $100,000. I really, just on a tangent, I think Toyota is the future vehicle. They've developed over the last 5 years, without assistance from the Biden administration, a ammonia fueled internal combustion engine, and ammonia is plentiful. It's in all the seawater on the planet. So the byproduct is water. So I personally think EVs are going nowhere unless Elon Musk creates, or MMAT creates, the next generation of battery. Whoever solves battery storage, the world has changed. But until then, I don't see electric vehicles as the answer. I think ammonia is the answer. But we'll find out. Porsche admitted it would not achieve the goal of having 80% of its vehicle lineup in emission-free vehicles by 2030. This admission mirrors broader automotive industry struggles with electric vehicle adaptation, which has an impact on companies from Ford to Aston Martin. So the platinum group metals are rising. Long-suffering investors in platinum group metals might find optimism in these developments. Grant's interest rate letter, he posits a bullish stance on platinum and Anglo-American Platinum Limited, which it looks like it trades for I don't know what it trades for. But platinum was as high. Let me see if I can download this picture. I guess I can. I'll try to put this picture up in a future time life video. But platinum was as high as about $2,100 an ounce in 2008, back when I still thought I was a wealthy man. And then it collapsed down to a low of 800. It rallied back in 2012 to, it looks like, around 1800, and it's been straight down. And today it basically traded between $800 an ounce and $1,100 an ounce, and today is around $1,000 an ounce. So Evan Lorenz, who's the author of this, which is behind a paywall, so I don't have the article, notes that the 6 platinum group metals, that's ruthenium, rhodium, palladium, osmium, iridium, and platinum, are critical for catalytic converters. They have the properties they bring, their catalytic properties that are useful in car exhaust systems. Despite concerns that growing electric vehicles sales might diminish demand for the platinum group metals, not all EVs are the same. Battery electric vehicles do not use PGMs, platinum group metals, but hybrid and plug-in hybrid electric vehicles do. These hybrids with smaller and intermittently running engines still require significant amounts of the platinum group metals to meet emission standards. Thus, hybrid vehicles may sustain demand in the platinum group. Anglo-American Platinum forecasts that battery EVs will account for 13% of the global fleet sales in 2024, up from 12% in the previous year, but still below initial expectations of 14 to 16%. Conversely, plug-in hybrids are expected to make up 6% of global sales now, more than doubling their share from 22. These trends suggest that the anticipated decline in demand for the platinum group metals may not be as severe as feared. To add a tactical 2 cents to all of this, in past recoveries in the platinum group metals, recoveries could take years, as copper got all the attention first. But this time, after over a year of higher rates and a Chinese economy on the verge of Japanification, a global recession will likely bring multiple bazookas in the form of fiscal stimulus from China and monetary ease in the United States. This time, we feel it is unlikely that platinum will remain subdued for long. I would also add to it the breaking down of the world supply chains means we have to start building factories here again. We can't rely on factories in China, Malaysia, Thailand. Maybe Mexico's right next door. Maybe we should just take over Mexico. No, I'm just kidding. Maybe we'll just import everything from Mexico, but we're going to have to bring our supply lines closer to home. And that means demand for base and precious metals. He continues, it is also worth noting that platinum has finally turned premium to palladium again. Watch for platinum spreads to go backward dated if the PGM flip-flop persists. I'll have to think that through. That's the platinum-palladium ratio. But if it persists, the market will feed off itself into a massive bull run for platinum over a 2-year period. The platinum group metals investment market is beginning to rotate back into platinum. There are then 2 things worth watching for emerging problems. The first is talk of stock drawdowns, which we suspect will come from banks who handle the business, I guess, in these commodities. Palladium went backward dated in 2019. So I think what they mean by that is the current price is higher than the forward price. But that might, I always have to check because I might have that backwards. But anyway, it went backward dated in 19. It soon may be platinum's turn. The second and more observable is platinum futures term structure. If backwardization starts sort of now and then creeps, this will create a bull market recipe similar to palladium starting in 2019. Currently, the market is in contango, going out 6 months. Contango might be where the current price is higher than the future price. I don't know. It's just terms. I have to look it up. All right. So ANZ Bank is predicting gold 2,550 by year end. Brave men and women at ANZ Bank. Bank of America, Merrill Lynch calling for $38 silver by the end of the year. I've been telling you since it was $20, but all right, that's everything. I know, Mexican, thank you. I too had no help from Obama. And you're a Mexican. Lost all that bank related. Oh, good kid. I'm sorry. You know, that which makes you stronger only makes you stronger. That which does not kill you only makes you stronger. So I read about, well, Edward, my first transfer was free, but the second one was $60 or $80. Yeah, thanks, Tony. I have MMTLP, GTII, and I got wiped out in Finger. I never owned GM. But I have, I could add to that, I have Logic, and that's probably the main thing I have. I have CAUD, which can't trade, and you know, the detritus from HNRC. Oh God, I don't know who the hell you are, but if you're not white and you're telling me I have white privilege, I have no idea what you're talking about because I don't know you. But I will admit, particularly when I was younger, there may have been some advantages. But I grew up in a time, by the way, that there were a lot of changes afoot. And I wasn't trying to, what'd you say, blame my white. I wasn't trying to do that. I will tell you, I went down to the places to help out. I don't think anyone got help. Black, Mexican, female, white, but I certainly did. There was no help for me. I filled everything out. I sat there. They looked at me like, what the hell are you doing here? So it's the flip side. Maybe it's fair is fair. Maybe fair is fair. No one in my family ever owned slaves. They came across the ocean dirt, bloody poor. And the Irish did not have it easy here in this country. Neither did the Italians, nor the Lithuanians. That's about as far as I know for sure about my background. But they all came in poor. It was all tough. My dad was the first person that got a college degree. So you can just go pound sand, you arrogant, self-centered, whatever you are. I don't know if you're black or Mexican or white, a simp. I don't know who you are, and you're calling me a clown? You don't even give me your name. I have no respect for you. None. Guys, I think I'm going to have to stop doing these lives. I guess they're going to win. And then you guys are left to your devices. But I just, it's not worth it. I don't think I help people. And then you get that kind of feedback. Let's look at that. Zizou, I can't really look at that, so I'm not going to really look at that, but I'll kind of look at that. Finger is $1.81. You know, I was lucky. I grew up with the Kennedys, Martin Luther King. I mean, I was a kid. People you could look up to, civil rights leaders, Robert Kennedy, uh, even Jesse Jackson later. I learned a bit about Malcolm X. And there were a lot of role models that taught us the injustices. You know, I read the books. I doubt that jerk read, but I read Black Like Me when it came out, about a white guy who went, at least for a year. I read it so long ago, I can't remember, but he went out as if he were a black man. I read that. I studied it. And in my lifetime, I've always fought against inequality. But I'm not here to talk me up. But somebody comes on here and tells me I have white privilege and I'm a clown. You don't know anything about me. You don't know what I've gone through. The first job I was offered out of school, flown to Chicago and back, we'd love to hire you, but we have to hire a woman. That was his exact words. We have to hire a woman. And I thought to myself, well, why'd you put me through this? And they made the offer to someone I knew, very beautiful, very smart person. But he was right up front. We can't hire you. We need a woman. So screw it. Martin Luther King told us that we should, he looked forward to a day when we judged each other for different reasons than one bloody characteristic, whether your skin is darker than mine or not, or that your skin's light. And you look out here in this world and you see white privilege. Where? In Kentucky? In the hollows of West Virginia? You see white privilege? I don't know. Judging it by one thing, you're condemned to your ignorance and your stupidity if you judge people by one characteristic. I'm 20 shares of finger. Trying to think about that, Bill. Oh, you're saying to show strength. So you're not saying it has to go back to 550. I'm not sure 6 months is enough time. What I think is going to happen, though, is they're going to go earnings positive in our first quarter, which is their fourth quarter. And by the time they do that for the fourth quarter, their fourth quarter, it's whatever is positive will be a washout for their 2025. So their 2025 ends in February. So I would give it 50-50 that by February you'll be disappointed. So that's September, October, November, December, January. That's 6 months. there are good things that could happen. But you've got to face, Bill, you've got to face tax loss selling at the end of the year. I don't know. I don't know if 6 months is enough time. I think it's going to be just how it works out. I think look, we're already in their second quarter of this year, and we're not hearing any rumblings of positive earnings. So that only leaves 2 more quarters, and I'm pretty convinced that they knew what they were talking about, projecting break-even earnings in 2025. So that leaves us 2 quarters, their third quarter and their fourth quarter. I'm just going to go with my gut and say it's going to be fourth quarter. It's going to be next year. Fourth quarter is December, January, February for Finger. That's their fourth quarter of 2025. So, all right, here you guys. You're lucky for those of you who lasted. Hello? Yeah, everything's all right. Let me see. No. Yeah, I'm trying to make the speaker was working. Hang on a second.
Battery 100%. Connected to feels like
All right, so, oh, no. All right, so if you want to enlighten people, you can, Ham.
Well, I can only tell you what I see. Number one, I'm going to get knee surgery in September, so I went to the doctor, so I did that today. I got to do all the pre-op stuff, but watching my phone, watching the machine, I see GDC, which I reported to you where many days I was turning up. And if you can remember, I told everyone I averaged down as best I can at 88 cents. You know, I follow the people that I know that are here, and they're very powerful, and I just don't know when they're going to go after the short. So, you know, stocks gradually moving up. It's up to $1.80 now, I think. It was 88 cents. I paid $3.50 for it, or $3.60. In the beginning, when my friend was paying $4, they drove it down to below $1, and it's slowly climbing back up. Same thing with that CJYL, but GDC looks very interesting all of a sudden. There's a few chart guys that love it. I'm not a chart person. I've always told you I can't chart fraud. It's impossible. And you know, I can't tell you how many times Finger Motion had 100% buy on the charts, and the stock turned straight down because they can manipulate it. So it's tough to sit there and say I can chart it. It's impossible, you know. But that looks very interesting. You know, I look at all stocks. I just don't follow mine. The ones that I really behind. GTI, I can't do anything till the court date is over and the judge rules on that. But Finger Motion also is, you know, there's no more selling. The company has to raise money. They raise money with a six month restriction. So we know there's no sellers because the stock is restricted. You know, what else can you say? You know, every other low life on Wall Street, Lynn Partners to be example, they put up money. They want stock free trading the next minute. And I'll give you an example on KNW. Benchmark, Lynn Partners' brokerage friend, just did a deal with KNW after Lynn Partners rigged them. And they just did a deal like at 20 or 26 cents with a warrant. I'm not sure if it's 20 cents at the bottom of the stock and you get a warrant at 26 cents, something like that. The next day, Benchmark put out a buy report after they raised the money. I don't know about you, but that's so illegal. It's just amazing. So they drive the stock down. The company has to sell stock at the low at 20 cents, then give an enticement to get the money. And what do? They give a research report saying, hey, go buy the stock. Everything's good now. So they pumped it up to 35 cents. And really what they all do, and you know it, they all sell the stock and hold on to the warrant, and they can still control the company with the use of the warrant. They can short against the warrant. They can do anything against it. So, I mean, this company has sold twice now to Lynn and to Benchmark. and the stock's straight down from 90 cents. Now the CEO's got to come out and he's got to tell everybody how wonderful it is. Meanwhile, the company's just got diluted. Who knows how many shares? No one will ever answer me. Between Benchmark and Lynn, and the new warrants, and the new, what is that other thing? The green shoe, where they're allowed to sell some more.
Yeah, it's called a green shoe. It's built into the contract that they can oversell the offering, and that way they can go to the company, get additional shares to meet
so almost
that
2 million
demand.
shares. 2 million shares at 20 cents. So for $400,000 more, these guys have the right. So the stock up to 35 cents. They made 15 cents on 400,000. They make what? 600,000. Pay 400,000 to the company, and they keep 200,000 profit for nothing for a fake research report. How's that one?
Yeah.
And you say, well, Benchmark wrote a report for finger motion. They did it 2 years later, a year and a half later.
Yeah.
So you can tell when they have to move something, they want to move it, they got to put out the report quickly, tell everyone to go buy it. They sell it into it, wherever their clients were. I can guarantee you, I told the CEO, once you get the names of all the people that bought the private placement, and see if they still own it. Guaranteed that none of them do. I have a friend of mine that participates in those private placements all the time. And I basically called him a scumbag. He's the greatest guy in the world, but he's just trying to do the same thing. He buys in on these deals. He put up $100,000, $200,000. He sells the stock and he holds on to the warrants. If they work out, he makes money, but he never holds on to the stock. So that's what they all do. So they created a new twist on Wall Street. It's now a stock and a free warrant to raise money. It's always in their favor. The company, the shareholders always get fucked. I have nothing to do with it. The SEC knows about it. It used to be Reg S's, and they did this debt spiral financing. The hedge fund community will do anything, and they pretend that they're the almighty because they're giving you money. They're just giving you their money, your money, excuse me, the shareholders' money. Imagine if you're the guy that shorted KNW from 90 cents down. Imagine having a 40 cents average on 2 million shares, and all of a sudden you buy it back at, at 20 cents. Now you got a free warrant on top of it also. What a trade. I'll do that all day long. Give you your money, and the company gives me profit, and I got a free shot on the upside. Wow, that's pretty good. And that's what they're doing to companies. He's saying 20, 50, 100 people, that's all it is. And they're all through Benchmark, Maxim, what's the name of that stupid shit? Think Equity, Aegis, they all do the same thing. And they all have the same Rolodex. They don't give a shit. It's the same people. Go back to finger motion. That's your lesson on funding, scumbag lending, funding. And everybody on this phone who can do it, give me the information that they're going to raise money at 20 cents. I'll sell it all day long if I could at 50, 40, 30, even 25 and buy it back at 20. What's the difference? Make 20 cents 2 million times, 10 million times, a lot of money, $2 million. Anyway, go back to finger motion for a second. I tried to, I keep getting people coming back. What if Trump doesn't win? All this nonsense. Well, number one, let's take the Trump scenario out of here. If Trump doesn't win, if Pat Byrne doesn't get in, naked short selling will continue to exist. All right? And everyone's just going to get robbed from it. It's never going to end. They're stealing from you. You're 25 years old on this call now, 30. You're going to get married, you have kids, and they're going to steal from them. I mean, just the way it is. They're not going to stop it. This is the greatest chance to stop it. People don't like Donald Trump. I don't really care anymore. You're just going to get, I can survive. Everyone on this call is going to get ripped off. You're never going to make it. You're going to lose 2,000, 10,000, 3,000, 5,000, 80,000, 50. You're just going to get wiped. They just keep picking at you like a fucking crow eating a dead fucking piece of roadkill. That's what these guys are like. I told you before, I don't want to, I use, be nasty, but these guys would fuck their mother for a quarter. That's what criminals they are. They're disgusting lowlifes. They don't care who's in their way, what technology, who we can save. They don't even care. If a company can save you, they could kill us, cancer, they don't care. Like their family's immune to this stuff. They think that just because they stole another $1 million, they can save their family. There's plenty of billionaires dead in the graveyard. Good luck. And that's the sick part about this whole thing. And for the government to allow uncounted shares of stock overseas, think how crazy that is. They know what's going on. And it's up to us to fight this crime. But you want to know something? Just think about the great fights in history, how the underdog came back and won. And that's why we're fighting. Because if we don't stop it, nobody will. And I've done it for 24 years, and I'm not going away. And I don't give a fuck who bashes this, why, who says why. I could kill us. You don't want to fight? I got it. There's many people that I know made a lot of money, GTII, Finger Motion, that, came from all walks of life. My favorite one was a young college student. He was so eager to learn about the equity market. I helped him out all the time. The stocks ran, he sold it. He said, thank you, me, my uncle, blah, blah. We made $400,000 between the two. Never heard from him again. And I got it. But guess what? They came back. They lost 200,000 playing all the other names. They got crushed. And I told you, you don't want to listen. So again, they're just going to keep eating you alive. It's very difficult to win. Stocks that look great go down. Stocks that don't look great go up. How do you figure this out? Nothing's based on news. Finger Motion has had nothing but good news since $4, which is, I think, maybe 3 months ago. You have to ring the bell at the NASDAQ. I don't see many companies doing that on a daily basis. You have to be approved to do that. You have to be vetted by NASDAQ. Got 2 new deals. One was the charge up on the solar panels. And the other one was the emergency vehicle deal. 2 deals, rang the bell of the NASDAQ, stocks down 60%. Over what? Nothing. How are you supposed to win when this happens? Thank God people like William and other people have stepped up and supported it. Even Busy Brands and Ace and everybody else, Richard Hoffman, everybody. Christian Shorty, there's the numbers, Dennis Neal, who I met, everyone, the Polish assassin, everybody, exposing these criminals for what they are. And William, I put it up. Crime does pay. BIRT, which is just nothing but a bunch of scumbag naked short sellers using computers. They're the small version of Ken Griffin. Those guys, once they settle the trades, those fucking guys couldn't trade and fucking save their life. They couldn't make a quarter. They're just a bunch of thieves. That's all they are. And their stock is $31 being rewarded. $31 for being a fucking criminal. Everybody knows. Dirty Doug, everybody knows. And we have to fight with companies that actually are doing business and trying to grow, and these guys just keep shitting on us. Not saying they're showing a finger, whatever stock you're in. And he has the balls to go to the NASDAQ and get companies delisted that are below $1. So he drives them below $1, then he calls the NASDAQ up to bury you alive. You can't raise money. If you do raise money, you have to dilute it. You won't be able to reverse your stock like that little trick they got now going on. They want these companies dead and buried. And I'll give you an example of one, William. Lumber Liquidator, LL.
Oh, I forgot that one, yeah.
Had a major short squeeze, major. They came out and attacked the company because they were putting some chemical in the wood. They said that was illegal. So They killed the stock, right? Murdered it. The company has never regained itself, and today was delisted from the New York Stock Exchange.
And nobody needed lumber during the bull market in building houses.
It makes flooring. It doesn't make cancer. They went after a company that makes wood flooring. On that one.
Hey, they're always right. Every idea out there, every CEO, every team is wrong. Only the geniuses, like that fat scumbag, lying, stealing bastard, I can't remember, Jeff Easton.
You talking about my cousin? Who are you talking about?
Jeff Easton. I never met your cousin. Is your cousin like that too?
I'm only kidding. He's a lying piece of shit. I told you we met a CEO who walked in his office. He says, "I'm not shorting your stock." That's the first thing the guy says.
I liked the guy who we had dinner with. He walked in, he had a drink with him, and he just said that guy was a slime ball.
I was at an engagement party. My son's friend, who works for a funder, okay, he does deals $3 million to $5 million, and he said that Jeff Easton is a complete scumbag. He told me himself. He says he sees him in the circles all the time. Everybody says the same thing.
If he gets mad at us, just remember, truth is a defense. Truth is a defense.
I don't give a fuck. I don't. You take whatever the fuck I have. I don't. Fuck him. Yeah, listen. The company's doing it right. We can only do so much. But again, at the end of the day, they gotta buy back all the shares. That's it. There's nothing left to tell you. They can sit there and play all the games, market up and down. Doesn't make a difference. We're not going away. They're trapped. That's the way it goes. Pat Byrne. They marked it down to 177 on the close. They couldn't have it at 180. It had to be up 2 pennies today, whatever it is. Hurry up, the stock's up 3 pennies. Mark it down. We don't want anybody to make a profit.
It closed at 177, up 3 cents.
Yeah, it was 182 when I walked out of the house.
It's 180 in the aftermarket.
Yeah, that's all nonsense. These guys are doing the same thing every day. It's all nonsense. Again, they're trapped. They know it. They have to buy back 230 million shares, soon to be add another 10%. And you know what? Sometimes I spoke with a lawyer, and he looked at the finger motion dividend stuff, and I'm putting it up. You know, Pat Burns flooded the shorts with the use of the dividend. Okay? That's how it works. All right? Dole Foods, too many shares, exposed to dividends. Pat Burns crushed the shorts, dividends. All right? That's how the game is played. All right? So again, I'm confident we're on the right side. And you know what? I'm willing to stay with it, and I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere. Pat Burns, who showed us the ropes, how it works, it's right there. So I'm not concerned, excuse me, about it. Anyway, William, I'm going to play pickleball. I'm at the park now, and I had a long day, doctor's appointments and all this stuff. But
what's wrong with your knee? Are you like Djokovic?
No, I got to get a knee replacement. I told you that. They chop it out. They put this other thing in here. Blah 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 blah. It's a 1-hour surgery. That's what he told me. Recovery. You know, you got to get up and walk immediately, and let's hope things work out. This is the way it goes. That's all I can say. I'm thinking about when I'm 10 years older. You know, I want to be able to walk. I want to be able to walk with my grandson and just be able to walk and not.
And you're only doing one knee?
Only one, my friend. I only have enough money to do one. I'm only kidding. I can't see you. They won't allow you to do two, because otherwise you won't be able to function as a. It's too much painful. They said the doctor won't even do two. They only do one at a time.
So does it affect your hip to have a bad knee?
It will affect the other leg, because the other leg will have to compensate. That you have to be careful. That's what they. You know, that's the most important thing they said. So he told me a little thing about, you know, how to push back on your knee to get your leg to stay straight. I'm gonna have to do that all day. They send over a bike to your home, and they monitor you riding the bike, so you make sure you get the right exercise and move you through it. You know, I guess about infection. One of the things you can't do is pretty interesting. You can't get any dental work done in the first 2 months. 2 months at least.
I wonder
So you
why.
have to be careful about that. Because in your mouth, when you got blood in your mouth from dental work, God forbid, the infection will go into your body. Your body cleans up the infection. If you just get a new joint, you got to be careful.
It sounds terrible.
Listen, I'm out here going to play pickleball. I won't ruin my night. I'm enjoying it. And listen, I'll speak to you
Thank you
tomorrow.
for joining in. Thank you. Everybody appreciates it. All right.
No problem. Have a great night.
All right.
Hey, William,
Yeah.
I just want to let everybody know today my grandson took his first 6 steps. He got off the floor, stood up, and walked across the room. I couldn't believe it.
What a good guy.
Thank you. I said, have a great day, everyone.
All right, bye.
Bye.
All right, so
All ended.
guys, it's all rigged. I want to go back to this guy, Bill Mecco. Yeah, I don't want you to be a bag holder either. I was trying to think it through. It's hard to give advice. One thing you could be doing is selling the short-term calls against your sum, just some, bringing in premium. But the problem is if it spikes, you could lose some stock, and you don't want to do that. You've already added, you kept adding, and most advisors will tell you, traders, the trading guys, when you buy a stock and it goes down, don't add to the position. But I'm not a trader, so your average is 550. I would be so tempted to at least try to buy. I can't give you advice, and you don't have to buy more, but I'd be so tempted to try to buy more to get my average down to, I don't know, $4 or $3.50. But I'm not telling you have to do that. But Bill, the selling is going to be constant in Finger. They do it in all stocks, and I don't think anything we say is going to change that. Where's the buying going to come from in face of all that selling? I guess the buying could come from what Ham's hearing, and I haven't heard it from the company, but that there's an institution in New York, which I think has already talked to the company and may put out a buy recommendation to their sales force, institutional salesmen. That could be buying pressure. I can't confirm it. If there is some sort of move in the price of the stock, the shorts might have to buy in. That's true. But that's so unreliable. And, just another contract that blows everybody out of the water, or just an execution on this contract they have would be good. But I guess the way I would look at Finger right now is I would have to be comfortable holding it into the new year. Not just January, not just February, but with enough time that if it turns positive on earnings, which I think it will, that there's momentum buildup. So that's a conundrum. I see what you're thinking about, and I know you don't want to be a bag holder, but this last offering they didn't go like KNW, like Vocal. They didn't go to Jeff Easton. They went to their own shareholders. So I think there's a lot of evidence the company's trying to do the right things, but it's an implacable foe that they're up against. I want to look at this ANGPY on a chart. ANGPY. let's see, stock chart. My eyes are getting bad. I gotta stop complaining and go get the operation. I'll get the chart up. All right, so it's ANGPY. 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 Go. No chart. ANGPY. All right, I guess no chart. Let me just write the name of it. Could be my computer is freezing. One thing I wanted to point out to you guys. Now it's doing something. There it is. Terrible chart. Very volatile. Poor guys. Let me see what a 5-year chart looks like. Wow. Poor guys. Their stock has been like an electrocardiogram. But it trades at like $6, just under $6. It was as high as 880. I'll study that story. Some of you guys have given me indications that you'd like to invest in this little gold company, and tomorrow is the last day, so let me know and I'll have the company send you the information. Oh, sorry, but one thing is they have palladium. It's not something to focus on, but they have palladium. A lot of it. They have a lot of palladium, but they're focused on the gold. But it's just an interesting thing to know. All right, so let me see what else you're saying. So, Bill, I'll think about that. But I agree with your sense that you don't want to be burned by it. I agree with that. Poor Lucky he's happy, he's asleep. He's a very contented sleeper. But everybody asks about him, but he just can't take long walks anymore. He's so slow. Takes us about an hour to go about 5 blocks. Yes, I'm talking about you, but I love you. I love you. Do you know who I love more than you? Huh? Do you know who I love more than you? Who? Nobody. 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 No, I know you don't. I just wish, Bill, I really liked the idea of the Apple Care, but that sounds like it's going to be delayed. So I'm not counting on that soon. I mean, I'm sure it'll come eventually, but when the stock is, if the stock is 30 or something, I'm just talking about what helps it now. I think going to break-even earnings, which I see as sort of after Christmas, like our first quarter now. I used to think it could happen in our third quarter and fourth quarter. I think it can happen in our fourth quarter and first quarter now. That's just because I see no indication yet of it. But it's the big data and the big government contracts that excite me. Something that just knocks it out of the park. And I just don't know when to feel like that's going to kick in. That's the problem. Say hi to Sheriff. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Big ears. Big nose. That's a great dog. All right, so I wanted to ask him about MMAT. MMAT closed at 60 cents. I don't know what you're waiting for if you're not getting out, but I can't give you advice. And we talked about platinum, talked a little bit about gold. If you're, the minimum on the gold investment is $5,000. My opinion, it's risk money. It is risk money. But my opinion, because of what I understand is a commitment for the money necessary for the pilot plant. I think the risk of zero has been removed from the equation, but it's still there. You have to face it. The fact is, it could take longer time or it could completely crap out. But the project has a certain amount of gold that was discovered with standard assay methodologies 10 years ago. And it's in sands in the Nevada desert. They're going after gold that is nicknamed invisible gold. It's the same kind of gold sand as the Carlin trend, where Barrick Gold and Newmont Gold have a joint effort called Gold Strike. And they produce gold there in these giant autoclaves from what I remember, 0.033, something like that, ounces of gold per ton of their sand. And Newmont discovered it in the 60s, proved this process could work. And I don't think they're anywhere near finished producing the Carlin trend. And it's what makes Nevada one of the world's greatest gold producing provinces. This is very similar. The only difference is, and it's the trick, is these sands matured or were born in a volcano. It's a caldera, and they've been sitting out in the sun for eons. So the particles of gold are coated. The sand, it's coated. The sand is coated like an M&M or a golf ball. So not only do you have to get the nano gold, it's nano gold out, you have to get the coating off. And that part I can't talk about because I think I would violate the NDA that I signed. But in general, they've come up with a way to get the coating off and take the gold out of solution. And they do it chemically Sorry, he calls it physics, not chemicals. So it's physics. Anyway, it's all benign. That's the point I wanted to make. It's environmentally friendly, and it recovers gold at 0.2 ounces of gold per ton of the sand. So just what they have, uh, by third-party drilling, which will have to be redone because nobody's going to believe those third parties after all this time. But that's part of the use of proceeds, is to get third-party eyeballs on it again. If they go from 0.038 to 0.2, they've basically got 35 million ounces of gold. Like I already said, there's probably a way to recover a lot of palladium too, but just in the gold, 35 million ounces. They can drill, they can double that by drilling deeper. They've already proven to their satisfaction. What's important is to get a third-party eyeball, chain of custody. That's not the right word for drilling, but just to get somebody else to do it so it's believable. They could double that number. So anyway, just using what they have, not doubling it. If they were to sell it as is at 0.038 recovery, they could get, if they just sold it, and that's speculation, but if they just sold it to Newmont and Barrick, I think it's worth more than 40 cents a share. If they do this pilot plant, they don't do any more drilling, they just go with what they have, I think it's $4 a share, maybe more. I'm trying to be conservative. But if they do further drilling, and if they build out the plant or joint venture, in other words, they produce the gold themselves, I think it's a $40 stock. But that's all the rose-colored glasses. That's all the upside. It has taken, well, when I first bought it was 2009. So from my experience, it's taken 15 years. Could it take longer? Sure. But I'm excited. I think it's right at the end. So you're paying 4 cents a share. Yes, you could. It's speculative, and you got to look at it that it can go to zero. But I think even if the pilot plant isn't dramatically successful and just shows they can get gold at 0.038 instead of gold at 0.20, I think they can sell the company for more than 40 cents a share. But I think the pilot plant is going to be, I'm convinced the pilot plant is going to produce at 0.20 ounces of gold per ton. And if that happens, I think it's $4, and it could be, I will push for, I don't know that anyone else will, but I'll push for building our own commercial plant and just producing gold every year, and everybody getting rich. But the most likely thing is that the stock doesn't trade right now. They kind of voluntarily let it stop trading. It's cheaper. It conserved resources. Technically, they could bring everything current and start trading again. I'm not sure they will. I think they may just sell the company. And imagine if you just wake up in 9 months with an announcement that a consortium of Barrick Gold, Newmont Mining, and maybe Franco-Nevada bought this little company for, I don't know, make it up, $10 billion in stock with a little bit of cash. It's pretty exciting. I know some people do, but RW, it's hard. I get sucked in that they're real people. They put up a picture, they try to be friendly, and then I don't like what I went through, and it was very painful. And I don't like having to explain it, but I think, unfortunately, uh, it's the only way to take the poison out of their arrow. Is that's what happened. That's the truth of it, and it's nothing I'm proud of, but it's nothing uh, remotely um, of ill intent or ill motives. It's just I was fighting for my asset. And if I had to describe it in my head from and as I live my life going forward, I just ran out of cash, and uh, you can't rely on anybody, friends or people that say they're honorable. Cash is king, and I ran out of cash. So ultimately, that's what happened. Um, that's great. Hey, Rodney, you're the best, Rodney. I appreciate that. I really do. I I get. I've got to be stronger, and I probably should have taken a 2 week vacation somewhere with my dog and a pool and you know no computers, through a novel or something, and just got to do something. Um, oh, so there was something wrong with it. There was something wrong. I didn't know that. Yeah, I agree with that common sense. They have shown revenue. They have shown revenue. That I think you're wrong about. But earnings, I maybe what you mean is predictable revenue. Their revenue is hard to put weight on because what they need to get to is predictable, repeatable, growing revenue. And then as that turns into earnings, I think the stock could be a machine. How do you win a battle against systemic fraud? You don't. So we gotta learn to play within their rules. They're coming. Your warrants are coming. I predict September. They're coming. They are coming. If I had to guess, what's this holiday coming up? Labor Day? As soon as the kids go to school, you'll get your warrants. I'd say the first. In the first 2 weeks of September, you'll get your warrants, or you'll know about them, I think. All right, so it is 4:32. I got ridiculed for this the other day, but I could, if my eyesight works, try to do one more chapter while we're bored. I wish I could show you these charts. This is what I don't think this is even 10 years, but it's almost a decade. There's the dollar. It's from 02 to 08. There's the dollar and there's gold. It says, it's hard for me to read, but it says, I think it's from 01 to 09. So it's almost a decade, the first decade of the year, of the century. The dollar's down and gold is up. I don't know what I did with my little glasses. I can read without it. So I think if you guys want to leave, you can leave. I'll read chapter 7 of it's mostly charts, so it shouldn't take that long. But because it's August, it's a perfect time to learn some lessons. This is from Mike Maloney's Gold and Silver book that he wrote in 2008. And I'll look for your questions. I love that. I love that you did that. I love that you did that, Michael. I think that's tremendous. And learn to trust his firm, Eric Sprott. He's very good. Very, very good. Very, very good. And that takes you, that's physical. That's a physical trust, silver trust. And that takes you out. Now, there may be panic in the financial markets briefly, and assets that everybody will sell whatever they can. But when that's panic. But so kind of like a hurricane will send all boats underwater, a lot of the boats will come popping back up and float on the top. And silver will not only float, it'll be worth a lot. That's brilliant. Michael, I'm proud of you. I think that's great. And you're moving ahead of everyone else. Bravo. All right, so Mark is painting a bathroom somewhere or a kitchen. Okay, chapter 7 is called What's the Value? And this is one of the concepts that it's hard to get in, but dollars are just not the value you think they are. And everything you have, whether it's your home, your car, gold, rings, shares of, look at GTII. At one point, to me anyway, it looked like it was breaking out. Like an idiot, I didn't sell. But in retrospect, for sure, wow, that was something that was worth more than it should have been probably. Good chance to swap out of that into something else. But live and learn and hope you know it for the next time. I certainly didn't play that one correctly. Okay, so let's go chapter 7. Since the end of the Bretton Woods system in the 1970s, so remember what killed Bretton Woods was the President of the United States took the dollar off the gold standard. In August of 1971, he said nix on that. Since the end of the Bretton Woods system in the 1970s, the dollar has been a dirty, double-dealing, backstabbing liar. And it still is today. As I write this chapter, which was in 2008, I think, as I write this chapter, this is Michael Maloney, the Dow is at 13,000 and is trying to push north toward its highs of just over 14,000. Can you imagine? 14,000 just 15 years ago. It also appears that we have just witnessed the end of the greatest real estate bubble of all time, and that's true. But it's even greater now. It's even greater now. Helicopter Ben, Folks Obama, Casino Trump, and Biden. It's not really the president's. We live in a debt-based, credit-based monetary system. They have to expand the debt or the whole thing implodes. And they've turned our stock market into the identical thing, as they say, somewhere up in Keene, New York, or in, I don't know if it's Keene, in Adams, New York, they say identical. At least that's what my father told me. As I write this chapter, the Dow is 13,000 and is trying to push north toward its highs of just over 14,000. It also appears that we have just witnessed the end of the greatest real estate bubble of all time. The price of my friend's house in Los Angeles is on the decline again, and everything in her neighborhood was down 15%. Well, this is what he was describing 15 years ago or so. Just because it's been delayed doesn't mean his observations aren't right. It's just they pumped up the volume a little bit longer. While you're reading this, the Dow could be blasting past 15,000 or 20,000. It doesn't matter whether or not the Dow or real estate are up or down in price. Here's the key thing. Regardless of their price in terms of dollars, in terms of value, both the Dow and real estate in terms of value have been crashing for years. On October 4th, 2006, the Dow broke its old high set in the year 2000 of 11,750 points. And the financial press trumpeted, Dow sets all-time record high. Yay! However, the value of the Dow actually peaked. The value of the Dow actually peaked in 1999 through 2001. 1999 is when I bought my house, and has been crashing ever since. But if you have not educated yourself on the insidious ravages of inflation and the effect it can have on your portfolio, you can't really see this crash. This is a blind spot investors must be mindful of and guard against if they are to prosper. Anytime that it looks like everything is going up, whether it be stocks, and I just remind you again, his numbers are from 2008, roughly. Just because all the numbers are higher now, it just means he was too soon. But it's what he's describing is just an order of magnitude greater now. And I think his observations are ever more important now than they were then. Okay, so anytime that it looks like everything is going up, whether it be stocks, bonds, real estate, commodities, and virtually every kind of investment you can think of, you must stop and ask yourself, why? If stocks and real estate are soaring, shouldn't they be sucking currency away from other sectors? Pretty good question. The only reason the Dow looks like it's going up is because the Fed has pumped so many more dollars into the currency supply that all asset classes are rising, except the dollar. If everything is going up, getting more expensive, in other words, that means the dollar is going down. Under these conditions, the only way to see where true value lies is to eliminate the dollar from your equation, which is why I loved owning my house. When you have to measure each asset class, not with the dollar, but against another asset class. To get a picture of what's going on with stocks, I took the Dow. This is Mike Maloney. I took the Dow as a representation of stocks. And he points out that the Dow, it's not really a fair representation. It's better than most stocks. And then he's going to take the Dow and divide it into the price of other assets to measure the Dow against. Each chart will be the price of the Dow measured in things like how many barrels of oil, how many ounces of gold does the Dow cost. The result, by measuring the Dow in terms of purchasing power, it is clear that stocks have been tanking for quite some time, even while their price has been rising relative to the dollar. All of the following charts are current as of April 2008. Really sounds current, huh? So since January of 2022, so that's the time frame, basically 7 years. The dollar has plummeted negative 31% versus other currencies. This is called money, he describes as gold. Money is gold. To rise measured in currency, dollars. So he calls money gold, currency dollars. Gold has risen as more and more investors move out of currency and into real money. And okay, in this chapter, he's measuring the Dow the way we're used to by using dollars. In 1999, and I've said this to you guys at various times, and I used to do the calculation. In 1999, it took 45 ounces of gold to buy 1 share of the Dow, 45 ounces. As he wrote this in 2008, it only takes 15 ounces of gold to buy 1 share of the Dow. The Dow's up, but it took a third fewer ounces of gold to buy that 1 share of the Dow. Here's another way of saying it. If you sold 1 share of the Dow in 1999, you would have been able to buy 45 ounces of gold. At the writing of this book, the proceeds of selling the Dow would only buy 15 ounces of gold. So measured in real money, the Dow has lost 2/3 of its value, crashing by 67%. And that's why I'm so proud of you, Michael. Even though silver's up now, about, it's doubled basically. It's basically doubled. By buying a Sprott asset physical silver trust, regardless of what you're selling your other stock for, odds are you're now able to buy more of, let's say you sold, I don't know what you sold, 1,000 units of stock, and you bought 20,000 shares of Sprott Physical Silver Trust. Well, even if those shares of stock went up over the next months, if silver doubles from here, you may not be able to replicate the amount you bought right now. I think that's brilliant. I wish I could do it. I really wish I could do it. I really wish it. But, good for you. So anyway, measured in real money, the Dow has, since 1999 through 2008, the Dow has lost 2/3 of its value, measured by gold. I'll try to do that calculation before I come on again. All right, so charts. I showed you these charts. That's the dollar coming down and gold going up in the first decade of this century. And then this chart is the Dow in dollars right here. The Dow in dollars going up, up, up. From 1999, are you out of your mind, to 2008. The Dow in dollars. But then you go down here and you look at the Dow in gold since 1999. And the Dow in gold went up for a little while, but then it's been nothing but down in the first decade of the year. And you can already see the Dow in commodities in the first decade in the year. So while your Dow is going up in dollar terms, what the dollar could buy was going down dramatically. So those two charts, the Dow in gold and the Dow in commodities, show you just how much real stuff the Dow will buy you. These two charts show the Dow divided by the commodities index and the agricultural price index. Commodities are the stuff you buy, like eggs, common breakfast products like eggs, bacon, orange juice from trading places, or the stuff that goes into the stuff you buy, while agricultural index leans more to what you eat and wear. These charts include everything from copper to cows, natural gas to heating oil, livestock to grains, cotton, sugar, orange juice, like you might have in your breakfast. What these charts are saying is that you could buy 3 times as much of the stuff if you had crashed out of the Dow, and if you had cashed, not crashed, if you had cashed out of the Dow in 1999, then you could buy in 2008, and the Dow went up. The Dow went up in that time frame, and you could have bought 3 times as much stuff earlier with that money, like my house. So chart, I haven't showed it yet, but chart, this is to my heart. I agree with him. This is the most important chart. It will show you how many barrels of crude oil you can buy with your proceeds from the Dow. If you sold 1 share of the Dow in early 1999, you could buy 800 barrels of oil. In 2008, if you sold 1 share of the Dow, it would only buy 100 barrels of oil. So even though the Dow went up, in 1999, 1 share of the Dow bought 800 barrels of oil. 2008, even though the Dow went up, you could buy only 100 barrels of oil. That's a big change. Since 1999, the value of the Dow has plummeted 87.5% if you measure it against oil. But remember, oil doesn't just end up as gasoline. Oil is the single most useful commodity on the planet. It is used to make medicines, fertilizers, plastics, tar for our roads, and the tires for your car. And the things Waltz puts in in school men's bathrooms. Look at the Dow. The Dow priced in oil. Remember, it was going up. In dollars, the Dow was going up. But when you look at it priced in oil, it goes down. This is why I've become a bit of even though I was hoping these stocks would give us a nest egg to allocate, I'm becoming a bit of a pusher on this story because I think the bull market in the stock market, we're in the last stages of, call it 2 generations of bull market, 45 years, 44 years, 42 years, 43 years bull market. And it's the last chance to me for you to take the value of that Dow and put it into real things like oil, like gold, like platinum, like miners qualify, by the way. The miners aren't part of the Dow, at least not right now. I can't think of one. Maybe there's one, but not right now. So you can buy mining shares and benefit. Okay, speaking of cars, along with plastics, cars are made of metals like steel, zinc, copper, and lead. Measured against the Dow Jones Industrial Metals Spot Index, the Dow has crashed by 75%. Believe it or not, this is one of the reasons U.S. car companies are doing so poorly. Just take a look at the stocks of GM and Ford over the same time frame. Because their costs are up and profits are gone. All right, then he shows. Okay, he's about to show you a chart showing the relative performance of the Dow, gold, and silver. As a starting point, I selected the beginning of the precious metals bull market in 2001. 2001. All three started on the left-hand side of the chart, grouped together on 0. The chart shows the relative performance in percentage gains. As you can see, measured from 2001 to 2008, the Dow has risen only 15%, while gold shot up 250%, 250%, and silver rocketed 300%. So you see, I'll show you the chart. You see where, if you're going to measure your life in wealth, you see where you've got to start moving. And I think we have one more chance to do it. The Dow, the Dow is basically, it was under the median line and then it's over. It's basically flat for that decade. Gold took off like a banshee. And look at silver. It just had incredible moves. Silver is more volatile, but look at how high silver goes. On a percentage, that's percentage terms. Why is this happening? Why does everyone think the Dow and real estate are going up in value when they're actually going down? The answer is inflation. But man, I could have used those dollars, even if they were inflated, to go buy my own silver. I'm really talking about trying to keep you independent. I don't feel very independent right now, and I get mad about what happened. I would have taken those, whatever profit. My number one thing I would have purchased is silver, and I would have looked at mining stocks and oil and gas stocks and investments. But if I had to pick then one thing, if I picked right now one thing to buy, it's silver. But I just read palladium. I'm looking in the aftermarket. Finger is $1.80. Okay. According to the Minneapolis Federal Reserve, total inflation from 2000 to 2008 using the CPI was about 22%. But CPI is an unreliable measure. In calculating inflation, the Bureau of Labor Statistics takes a basket of goods and services and tracks their prices throughout the years. This worked just fine when they would track the actual price of the same items year after year. The problem is that the BLS, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, no longer uses the actual price, and they no longer track the same items year to year. For example, if the price of an item has changed dramatically from one year to the next, which might make the president look bad, the item can be dropped from the basket of goods, deleted, substituted with another item, substitution, or simply assigned a new price, hedonic adjustment. For an example of deletion, you need to look no further than the BLS and the mainstream media. A while back, the BLS came out with a new and improved measure of inflation called core CPI, which excludes the only two things that you absolutely need to survive and would die without: food and energy. Of course, water is part of food. Food and energy. This is the inflation statistic that most of us hear because it's the most reported by the press. The argument they made is that food and energy prices are volatile and seasonal, and removing them makes a more consistent measure of inflation. According to the Energy Information Administration, for instance, the average price of gasoline at the turn of the century, this century, was $1.29 per gallon. So according to the government's total inflation figure of 22% from 2000 and 2008, gasoline should only cost $1.57 in 2008, which obviously wasn't true. As for substitution, I'll give you a quote directly from the BLS website. Price inflation was raging during the Reagan administration, and this is when it first turned the CPI into what I call the CP lie. Homes were actually getting more expensive than Reagan liked, so the BLS decided that we don't actually own our homes. We really rent our homes from ourselves. On February 25, the Bureau introduced a technical modification in the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers. This altered the treatment of housing costs by shifting the cost for homeowners to a rental equivalent basis. The new treatment of housing costs was incorporated in the Consumer Price Index for urban wage earners and clerical workers, used to index Social Security benefits in 1985. This change makes inflation look lower whenever real estate prices go up faster than rents. That was Ronnie Boy. But don't think I'm criticizing just Republicans, because both parties love the CPI lie, the CP lie. It makes them look good. The Democrats' way of doing things is to figure, quote, well, if beef gets too expensive, people will eat chicken instead, unquote. And that's what the BLS did under the administration of President Bill Clinton. It took out the cut of choice top sirloin beef that had been tracking since 1959 and substituted chicken breast because it was cheaper, which makes the CPI lower. When it comes to hedonic adjustment, nobody says it better than Adam Hamilton of, I don't know, zealllc.com in his article, Lies, Damn Lies, and the CPI. That might be fun to read. By using the mathematical equivalent of tea leaves and goat bones, the BLS statisticians have created a surreal new reality where the true quality adjusted price of different goods may be computed. Hedonic adjustment is supposed to compensate for improvements in quality. In other words, if the car you bought this year cost you 5% more than the car you had last year, but the new car has stability control, then they figure the price increase was offset by the quality improvement. So the cars actually cost the same, according to Billy Boy's BLS. One might ask, why is the Bureau of Labor Statistics doing these calculations? Labor really has nothing to do with it. Rather, shouldn't the Bureau of Statistics calculate them? Indeed, wouldn't it be much more appropriate for these statistics to come from the Bureau of Statistics? Or as I like to call it, from the BS. So what would price inflation look like if they used the CPI instead of the CPI? John Williams of Shadow Government Statistics, and I've referred to him before. He's out there. His website is Shadow Stats. And a guy named Bart at nowandfutures.com make it their job to haunt our government and expose its financial shenanigans. They have painstakingly reconstructed the pre-propaganda version of the CPII. One look in your wallet and you know they're right. Here's one of John Williams' charts of the CPII. The black line is the recreated CPII, and the gray line at the bottom is the official CP Live. So here's the chart. This is Ronald Reagan's and Bill Clinton's and George Bush's CP Live, and this is John Williams' calculated CP Live, just going back to what used to be in the index. So the purchasing power of the dollar is falling. My definition of inflation is an expansion of the currency supply, which is incorrectly referred to as money supply. He makes the distinction currency versus money. Money, manna being money. Manna being money. To Mike, money is gold. Fiat currency is currency. That's dollars. Rising prices are not inflation, but the symptom of inflation. Every newly created unit of currency dilutes the pool of currency already in circulation, thereby reducing its value. This happens because the increased quantity of currency is still chasing after the same number of goods and services, thereby bidding up prices. The inherent except in the stock market, because the number of shares available just keeps going up, 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 up. It's like rats on the west side, bed bugs uptown. I'm shattered. okay, the inherent value of a consumer good remains the same. And that's the point I keep making. If you own an ounce of gold, if you own a barrel of oil, a gallon of gasoline, an apple orchard, a factory that produces underwear, the utility of the product stays the same, whether it's priced in today's dollars, tomorrow's dollars, yen, or whatever. The utility is the same. And I would argue people are going to be willing to give up the same relative amount of their income for those goods in the future. It's a way to transport value from this time into the future time after all the financial crisis. The Federal Reserve has different ways of measuring the currency supply. In the broadest sense, meaning the one that counts the most dollars, it is called M3. They report M3 every month since January 1959. But on March 23, 2006, the Fed decided to hide M3. That was George W. Bush. To hide M3, and they stopped publishing the data. Why? Do you think it could be because they intend to significantly increase the currency supply? By the time this book hits the shelves, the M3 currency supply of the United States will be approximately 14 trillion. For kicks and giggles, let's see what M3 is today. If they even will tell us. Okay, as of November 2023, M3's money supply in the United States is 20 trillion 767 billion 400 whatevers. That's not 20 trillion. That's million, billion, trillion. It's more than trillion. It doesn't say it, but it's currently I'll write it down. I don't think this is trillion. I think it's much bigger. M3 is that doesn't look like trillion to me. That does not look like trillion. It's 20. I don't know what that is. That's million, billion, trillion is right there at the 4. So is that quadrillion? And then what's after? Is that 20 quintillion money supply? That doesn't make sense. I'm going to have to look into M3 money supply. That is bloody massive. Bloody massive. I'll look into it. So In 2008, M3 was 14 trillion. Now hold on to your hat. Since 2000, the Fed has increased the M3 currency supply by 112%, so in the first decade. Any investment that has returned less than 112% in the first decade is underwater. This means that the Dow would have to be above 25,000, not 14,000, to have the same value it had back at the turn of the century. And now it is estimated that M3 is inflating at a rate of about 18% per year and rising. I would expect that prices could follow suit within a couple of years. Okay, in the next chart, he's going to show you the rate of currency creation today, and it's even worse now, has already exceeded the rate of currency creation that kicked off the great precious metals bull market of the 1970s. This is only the very beginning of what I believe will turn out to be the greatest bull market in history. Precious metals, miners, gold, silver, platinum, palladium, and love, and puppy dogs. Greatest bull market ever. The point of all this talk about currency supply is to open your eyes to the fact that the dollar is simply a smokescreen which obscures true value and that allows the Fed to legally steal from your back pocket while patting you on the shoulder and telling you they are making everything all right. The Fed, the DTCC, it's all the same banksters. All right, let me show you that chart. That chart is trying to show you that right here in the 70s, currency creation went from nothing, under Nixon, by the way, under Nixon, to all the way up here. And that led to the bull market, which you don't remember, but it was massive. Gold went from $35 to $800. And he's suggesting that this rally in currency here is the same. And gold now is at 2,500, so he's not wrong, but it's not over by a long shot. Okay, the next chart shows cumulative inflation from 1774 to 2007. Note that when the United States used real money, inflation was zero. As you can see, with the inception of the Federal Reserve, the official inflation rate became significantly lower than the actual inflation rate. The point at which the two lines diverge is when they began fiddling with the CPI. The line on the bottom is the CPI, the dark line on the top, which has the trajectory of a rocket to the moon, is the real CPI. All right, this chart is from the beginning of America. This is I'll read them out. The Revolutionary War, the War of 1812, the Civil War, World War I, World War II, Vietnam War, and the end of Bretton Woods. The CPI changed, and then the War on Terror. I think if we're going to win the War on Terror, a good place to start might be the nation's haunted houses. All right, so look, here's the Revolutionary War. the War of 1812, absolute power, power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. The Civil War, World War I, the creation of the Fed is right in here. World War II. This is the Vietnam War and the end of Bretton Woods. This is when Billy came in, Billy Clinton. Reagan too. It's really the cross of Reagan to Clinton. And this is the war on terror. So here's inflation in real terms. It's unsustainable. And that was in 2008. There are two kinds of tax. The kind the masses see and the masses we know are asses. And the kind they can't. The inflation tax is the second kind. Whenever a politician promises you more free stuff than the guy he's running against, whenever the masses think they are getting something for nothing, whenever our government engages in deficit spending, whenever we borrow the prosperity of tomorrow to spend today, it comes back to haunt us in the form of an inflation tax, which insidiously and invisibly confiscates our wealth. The greatest advantage an investor can have is to understand this fact and to exploit it. Just to drive the point home, here's a chart of the Dow from the year 1914 when the Fed opened for business, showing the 1929 crash and the spectacular bull run from 1932 through today. But wait a minute, you might ask. What's the other line doing there? That, my friend, is the Dow's value, inflation adjusted, using the CP lie and the real CPI line. So since the Fed was created, this is the Dow going up. But when you adjust it for inflation, this is it. And this is where the CPI lie, this is the lie, and this is the continuation of the real CPI. So there's a lot of illusion in our wealth. When you account for the stealth tax of inflation, in 1966, the Dow began a long, slow crash that would see it lose value over the next 16 years. Chances are you never heard of the crash of 1966, but I assure you it happened, and it resulted in the raising price inflation of the 1970s eating away at investor profits. And economists referred to it as the invisible crash because investors never knew what hit them. Nixon, Ford, and at the tail end it was Carter. But Carter appointed Paul Volcker. The Dow failed to sustainably surpass 1,000 points from 1966 to 1982. I'm going to tell you that again. The Dow failed to sustainably surpass 1,000. The Dow didn't surpass 1,000 from 1966 until 1982. That's something like that is ahead for us. If you had put 100,000 in the Dow in 1966, by 1982, your 100,000 was still 100,000. But attributable to inflation, it would only buy you $34,000 worth of goods, as measured by the 1966 C. It would only buy you 100,000 would only buy you 34,000 as measured by 1966's CPI. That represents a 66% loss in value. That is how the inflation tax can cause an invisible crash. I might leave it there because my computer is overheating. And we'll pick that up tomorrow. We talked about MMAT. We talked about everything Ham wanted to talk about. Julie, I'll do a presentation on I'll do a presentation on the physical silver trust. I'll do that. So let's look what Nextbridge released. They're going to raise money, I think, Rondell. August 14th, you're right. All right, they released their, I wish I had my glasses, I don't have them. It's so small. So they released their 10Q. This is good. To me, Rondell, number one, what they're doing, they released their, they had to revise 2 years of accounting. They released their annual report. They released their quarterlies. And this is for the great. This is great. This is for the quarter ended June 30. So I believe, Rondell, the next thing we'll hear out of Nextbridge is they do an offering to raise money. And I bet it disappoints you in the sense that it's not $100, $200 a share. But it should excite you in that whatever it is, they're going to drill the 5 wells before the end of the year, drilling complete. They're going to add acreage, and they'll renew 5-year term on their existing acreage. It's all really good news. They go through the risks, definitions. They have about $1 million in cash. They have $2 million in assets. They have a stockholders deficit of $50 million. What are their assets? Oh, there's an impairment on their oil and gas assets. I never found out what that impairment was. So let's see if we can find it out here. The impairment loss. Well, in the 3 months last year, they had an impairment of 17 million against their oil and gas assets and 3 million spent on G&A. They got $300,000 from the settlement. So this is interesting, Rondell. Their outstanding shares now are 251,928,000 versus 225 million last year. Last year, they had a basic and diluted loss per share for this quarter of 9 cents. This year, 0. They're flat. Pretty interesting. Net loss for the 6 months, they lost 1.8 million versus restated 6 months loss last year of 30 million. So these are all just accounting entries. It doesn't really change anything. I mean, it's certainly a step in the right direction. Okay. All right, so let's as of June 30, the company had not yet achieved profitable operations, has a working capital deficit of 48,500,000. And for the 6 months, the net loss was 1.8 million. I don't know how that ended up with the per share number of 0, but you know, a lot of that is probably benefits from accounting methodology. Cash flow is all that matters. Revenue recognition. Oh, they don't have enough to make it. Company has no proved reserves value associated with our properties. Proved typically, by the way, producing. Once you're producing, you can have proved behind pipe that's not producing. But my understanding, and I consider myself knowledgeable about oil and gas, but I'm always learning. My understanding, though, is in a new field, you can't count it as proved until it's producing. And they're not producing. They have a total impairment of 109 million. So let's just read this sentence. Unevaluated cost as of June 30 include cumulative costs of developing projects like Oro Grande and Hazel prospects, and unevaluated costs related to the Wildcat projects. The carrying value of the oil and natural gas assets were adjusted to fair value as of December 15, 2022. Impairment adjustments disclosed above were partially recorded as of December 31, 22, as of December 31, 23, March 31, 24, and June 30th, 20. Okay, they go through the schedule of owners of Oro Grande who will receive Nextbridge shares. I guess they already have. Dingus Investments, Pandora Energy, Kennedy Minerals, the De Campagna Property Company, number 20 Limited, Loma Hombre Energy, and Cerro Capital. They talk about the Louisiana wells they bought and sold. I'll study that later, but those are great deals. I don't think it's worth talking about. Purchase them. I see. All right, so Meta had lent money to the company, and Meta's now declared bankruptcy, but McCabe purchased those notes, so the bankruptcy doesn't affect that debt. There's 500 million shares available, notes payable. So, Rondell, I think this is all good. Just Rondell, it's good to hear this again, even though it might be redundant to you. But Nextbridge were incorporated in Nevada on August 31, 2021 as Oil Co. Holdings and changed our name to Nextbridge Hydrocarbons, Inc. pursuant to our amended and restated Articles of Incorporation filed on June 30, 2022. We are an energy company engaged in the acquisition, exploration, exploitation, and development of oil and natural gas properties in the United States. Our primary focus has been the development of interest in an oil and gas project we hold in the Oro Grande Basin in West Texas, in Hudspeth County, Texas, the Oro Grande project. In addition, we have minor interests in the eastern edge of the Midland Basin in Sterling, Tom Green, Irion counties, Texas. 2 minor well interests located in Oklahoma, and some mineral lease interests in Louisiana. We operate our businesses through 9 wholly owned subsidiaries: Torchlight Energy, Hudspeth Oil Corp., Torchlight Hazel, Wolfbone Investments, Hudspeth Operating, Wildcat Panther, Wildcat Valentine, Wildcat Cowboy, and Wildcat Packer. The Oro Grande project is subject to University Lands D&D unit agreement, which allows for all 192 existing leases covering approximately, that's 192 existing leases covering approximately 134 gross acres leased from University Lands to be combined into one drilling and development unit for development purposes. The terms of the drilling and development unit agreement expire on December 31, 2024. And the time to drill on the drilling and development unit continues through December 31, 2024. This agreement, the DDU agreement, also grants the right to extend the agreement, the DDU agreement, through December 31, 2028, if we are in compliance with the DDU agreement and the extension fee associated with the additional time is paid. We expect to exercise the option to extend prior to the expiry of the DDU agreement. As of June 30, 2024, leases covering approximately 134,000 acres remain in effect. Our drilling obligations under the DDU agreement include 5 wells for 2024. Then they talk about other participation agreements. They funded the Johnson prospect. They have a back-end interest. There's a dog upstairs, a puppy dog. Okay, so Rondell, to me, that's key, and you should understand it. Probably you do already. The real importance of these financial filings is for Nextbridge to raise money. Now, my opinion, they're going to raise it through Roth Capital, because that was who they announced before. My further opinion, the shorts are the clients of Roth Capital, probably unknowingly. Probably Roth Capital doesn't know it. Now, I think Greg McCabe has the right to turn down any hedge fund or family office that comes in to buy the offering who he thinks is just a cover for the shorts. But Rondell, I think the price here is going to be low. I could give you calculations, and I have, where I think the value here is in hundreds of dollars, and then a settlement is $1,000 or more. But in this race, they have to balance the seismic data, the science data from the wells they've already drilled, and maybe some of the other projects a little bit. So they have to calculate what they expect to find and improve assets by drilling the 5 wells. They also have to give some calculation for future revenues if everything produces, but it is entirely speculative at this point. So I think this raise will be at a low number. I don't know what number to expect. I would love it. That, to me, it doesn't say it here, but I think they're going to need anywhere from 20 to $30 million, maybe more. And they've got, to my memory, the deal was to raise $40 million through Roth Capital. That's by memory. It's out there. You can look it up. I would love it if they only had to issue, like 5 million shares. But I think that's going to be an area where we're disappointed. I really hope that McCabe can get the offering up to above $10, maybe above $20 a share, which is still so much lower than what I think shares are worth. But the criminals are out there. This will become the data point that settlements are arranged around. And that's why I think it's so critical that you move your shares from MMTLP to Nextbridge. Because this drilling, to me, could make this a $200 stock. But the criminals will say, the lawyers for the criminals will say, hey, they raised money at $3. So that's the price we should use. That's the price we should use to settle up. But if it's real stock, you don't have to settle up. You have real stock. You can wait for the 200 or 300, or in my opinion, as much as 600, 700, 800 a share to come. I'm excited by this, Rondell. The next shoe to drop, my opinion, September, an announcement. The company has raised X millions of dollars through Roth Capital, and the fees paid. They may not even say who bought it because it's all criminal, doesn't want them to know. The shorts cover with part of their situation, but the company has, let's call it 30 million. They can go drill 5 wells and complete them in October, November, December. And that holds the leases. Then they have the right to extend the leases. I assume that's going to be $3, $4, $5 million worth. It could be more. But by drilling the wells, they have the right to extend the leases. That's beautiful. Beautiful. They have no choice. And then they also may add leases. And who knows, he may have some more buying and flipping of good projects in Louisiana. So it's all good news to me, Rondell. Just get ready to be disappointed by the per share price of a raise. I hope I'm wrong. But remember, when you're disappointed, that it keeps the leases. They're drilling 5 more wells. They might add leases, and they're going to renew the leases for 4 more years. And you're coming one step closer to cash flowing, dividend paying, and huge upside in the per share price. Wow. So Roger Rabbit stock went up 100% after he mentioned it, and he wants some kudos from you. I didn't buy it, but I think some other people did. Let me look at the chart. Well, are you kidding, X1? It went from whatever, I can't tell, 10 cents, 11 cents to 23 cents in one day. and then it closed under 18, like at 16 cents. It went to 20 cents and closed at 15 cents, and it's now 14 cents. So when you mentioned it, maybe it was, I don't remember, but maybe it was 11 cents. Now it's 14 cents. And if you look at what Roger Rabbit did, and my opinion is the guy works with the shorts. It's my opinion. When he came jumping in here, my billion-dollar fight with the shorts, it's all me, 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 me. I'm the narcissist. He had talked to Ham, he had learned everything, and then he said it was his fight. All he did was take money from you and screw you. I mean, that stock is nothing but a disaster. To call it a wipeout is unfair. It as soon as he started banging his drum and giving his British accent and holding space calls and being so smart, the stock just collapsed from $28 down to 30 cents. Then it had a miraculous rise in 3 or 4 days to $8, and it's been straight down ever since. Now, in his defense, every stock we've dealt with has gone through the same shite, and at some point it's got to turn around. But he did business with the criminals. So if he's bragging that it's his billion-dollar fight, why the hell did he do a deal with the criminals? Why does Fromner do that? They're so smart. Smart is as smart does. Fight is as fight does. Trading isn't much about due diligence these days. Market companies are ruthless. Successful traders are. Well, if you can jump in X1 and get out of what's trending, bravo to you. For me, and the pain is in the waiting, but I think there is still some double D to do. And trying to understand the situation. But I think you have to accumulate when no one else wants to. And then when it finally runs, like GME or AMC did, you get out while everyone starts, hey, look, it's the buying. Hey, it's going to go. It's going to go. Lord Kitty is on the screen, and it's 60. It's on its way to 600. That's when you sell. That's when you sell. So you buy when everyone's bored, if you know the story, and you sell when the hype is. I think the wrong time to get in is when it runs. It's just wrong. You take way too much risk. You're going to be whipsawed, and you're almost guaranteed to lose your money. But that's just my opinion. Hey, Jennifer, good to see you. Hey, Jennifer, good to see you. Oh, God. So we're gonna have to take monkeypox shots, and they're going to close down the election, and they can take 45 days to count the vote, and the media will say it's all fair. I feel like I bored you, Rondo. Hi, Jennifer. Good to see you. GNS with a dual listing on the Frankfurt. Yeah, what could go wrong? That guy's British. He's international. And he's just puffery. He's all puffery. And he came in, danced around the American Stock Exchange to take your money, and he can fly in first class. Sorry for my opinion of that blowhard. Yes, yeah, exactly. You got to stay away from the hype stocks. That's one lesson. I mean, if we wrote down the lessons we learned, those would be some of them. And then the other thing that's so hard to do and it's so hard to do. You got to sell when your stock's going up. Because why it's hard is the gumption and the strength that you stay in through thick and thin. Let's use finger motion as an example. If finger motion suddenly were to go to, let's pick a number, $17, a guy like me would say, oh, it's going higher, it's going higher. But probably a guy like you should sell. Probably. But all that commitment, the contracts, the data, the big short position, all the stuff we think about, as it starts to run, I don't want to sell, it's working. But it usually, when everyone else is buying, it's time to sell. And it's just so hard. It's just so hard. One way to get around it is to just be in more than one play. And that way, not everything is riding on one idea. So Jennifer, I listened to Junk Savvy this morning for a bit. I recommend everybody that she's got great space calls. It sounds like people are going to town halls to talk to congressmen and senators. There's no quit in that fight, and I stand ready to try to do things as well. I was just saying, Jennifer, I don't know if you were here, but I think everything with Nextbridge is lining up for them to raise money, which I think is great. The three things they need to do is perform on their leases to hold them, extend their leases, pay for 4 more years, and maybe expand their leases with the knowledge they have. And with the money they raise, they'll be able to do that. They have to do those things. They may have some other things they have to do or want to do, like buy more Louisiana projects and flip them and take their money out and keep some of the upside. But I think it's all good. But Jennifer, I think the bad thing is going to be, I don't think we're going to like the price. But hey, and then I can see the lawyers on the other side making settlement offers based on this offering price, whatever it is. So it just redoubles, it just further buttresses my urging, which can't be financial advice. You have to talk to a financial professional for that. But you just got to move out of MMTLP into Nextbridge, because if let's just say they start gaining momentum to settle MMTLP at whatever this offering is, be it $3, $4, $10, $20, there'll be a lot of people say, okay, that's cash, I'll take it. But there's going to be a lot of people that want to rush over into Nextbridge, recognizing that the upside in a real oil and gas stock is much more than just that puny. So there could be a stampede to Nextbridge shares at some point. I know there's no evidence of it now, but anyway. Here's Miles Bradley. What's up? I hope Lucky's well. He's asleep over here. He's having a hard time walking, but he still enjoys life. Getting more gray hair these days. Yeah, the GNS. Oh God. But you know what? It's not like his stock did any worse than many of the ones I've talked about. The only difference is he got a lot of money out of the market. My gosh, he took millions out, and his lifestyle's booming. And we can just listen to his British accent. You know. Sigh. Yeah, Jennifer, see, you think like I do. That's what I think they are. And on the other hand, I will admit that I'm trying to talk with a couple of guys about, uh, some cash flowing transactions that I wouldn't mind putting in a public company. And we'll see how it goes. I like what I'm hearing and all that, but I intend, Jennifer, if it moves forward and if there's other financing in place, to let people know about it, but not out of desperation, out of just making it available. Hopefully, at the nice price. And I've made it really clear that I want to operate on behalf of shareholders. What I think's happened, Jennifer, is lawyers have come in, like drugs come in to a prostitute, I guess, or a adult film actress. Maybe sometimes drugs come in to divorce feelings and doubt from the performance, so to speak. I don't know if that's a good example, but or with killers sometimes take drugs to divorce human feeling from what they're doing. I don't know. I'm trying to think of examples. But lawyers come in like a bad, evil drug and tell CEOs and boards, hey, it's okay to do business this way because it's good for the company. Because if you don't do it for the company, the shareholders are going to get nothing anyway. I personally, from what I've always been taught, I think the role is for CEOs and the board to look out for shareholders first, not company. That gets a little complicated. Hello? Everything's all right. Now people are all right. I blocked 2 people because they were just here to cause trouble, but everybody else pretty good. And yeah, I blocked them. Talk to the wall. Go stand in the corner. That's right. Well, if you want to talk to everybody again, you can. I've got to go use the restroom anyway. But I was about to sign off, but go ahead and talk to everybody. I don't know how many. It's not many. But Jennifer's here, and she's great. And there's a lot. Hang on, relax, everyone. Stupid speaker.
Battery 100%. Connected to. Feels like
All right. All right, you should be connected. This is Ham, and I'm
Well,
good.
Jennifer, glad you're still here. I already played 2 hours of pickleball and going home to have my dinner. But I had some thoughts. William, I spoke about that GDC.
Mhm.
The naked short in that stock is 90 million. I told you we're very long and wrong and high in numbers, but we average down. So I think it's 340, maybe something like that. 340 is where I'm in. My friend owns 1 million shares, around 4, maybe average down to 370, 360. It's hard to average down when you buy 1 million at the top. But, the people that are behind those names, they know how to squeeze shorts. And for anybody that's involved in those names, pay attention to pre-market trades. These Chinese names have a strange way of going in pre-market. So let's say the stock opens tomorrow. I'm just making it up. let's say the stock opens at 6, you know, and you're long 10,000 shares, and you own it at 340, say. You know, you sell 3,000, 4,000 at 6, because this way you start to take some money off the table to protect yourself. So if it pulls back, you have a lower price. That's the only way. You got to figure ways to get out of your trades and protect yourself. So imagine you're long at 340, say 10,000 shares, it opens at 6. You know, we put up 34,000. It opens at 6, and let's say I sell 3,000. That's 24,000. All right, I don't have much money on the table anymore. You know, I'm able to take some money off the table, and if the stock was to collapse again, you know, my cost, I'm way low then, right? Maybe $1, whatever it may be. And if it goes, I'm still long stock. So just pay attention, pre-market. If you are long, make sure you're able to trade pre-market. These stocks have a tendency to move in pre-market. I don't know why, but that's what I noticed that. So pay attention to that. That's what I wanted to tell people before. Again, Richard Hoffman, who says that I'm waiting for the judge to rule on whether we get a receiver at GTII. It's a couple of great small companies that want to come in here. One is a company that does some sort of Bloomberg terminal. I don't know if they, you know, the longer we wait, you know, there's always a chance you can't get them. But those are guys that are from Google. So there's great opportunities for GTII if the judge rules in our favor. So we're waiting on that. Not over yet. And I don't want to throw, you know, piss on anybody's parade. But believe it or not, GTII is hanging around. We are that company, MMAT, which had real fundamentals and, you know, mismanagement, is now gone. So, you know, we still have a chance. It's not over yet. You know, I'm not proud. I don't want to see people lose money. But, you know, we're still hanging around. Another thing me and Blake spoke about is all the companies that are being delisted by the NASDAQ. These guys just murdered them. How much money was stolen? And no one cares. You know, just think about that. So anyone who has a gripe, who says, you know, they want the companies to do more, you know, I think Finger Motion is really doing a lot compared to other companies that I've seen. They're following the Pat Byrne model of a dividend. They can't help it if Wall Street wants to play dirty, but in 61 days, Pat Byrne will get to the bottom of it. I have Pat Byrne on the speed dial. He will know everything about Finger Motion when Trump gets elected. Is William back?
I have your mama on speed dial. That's not fair.
My mom's in heaven, so I hope you do. I hope you do.
Speed dial on a cell phone. Everybody's on speed dial on a cell phone.
Yeah, but not everybody has Patrick Byrne's cell phone, though.
Well, that's more. Yeah, that's more. I don't have that.
So again, we have powerful people on our side. I don't know. We reached out to someone who's a big in the Republican National Committee. Is that what it is, William?
Republican National Committee, yeah.
Yeah, he's a big player, and he's reached out to Devin to try to set a meeting up with them, but it's been 3 weeks. We've been trying. I don't know what their hesitation is and why they move so slow. I don't know. That only tells me that someone's investigating it. You know, so if he's laying low, that means he's probably been told to keep quiet and something's going down. Because that guy, you can't get any more powerful than somebody who was on the Intel committee in Washington, D.C. You know, we're on the dumbbell committee. This guy was on the Intel committee. He has friends in very high places, including the next president of the United States. So I expect that with BJT. I don't know when. I don't understand the attack. Well, the company's losing money. No shit, it's a startup. Right?
Yeah.
That's what happens with startups. Amazon lost money on every transaction for years. Now it's the biggest company in the world. Why? Because it was given a chance. it's just amazing, William, that companies they want to live, they let live, and the companies they want to die, they go after. They think they're Julius Caesar. They give us the thumbs down.
Yeah.
But, you know, they met us. We're fighting back. Does anyone have any questions or anything?
One guy, before you hung up last time, Bill, I forgot his Mikolos. Anyway, Bill was asking about, sorry, this is all freezing. He has 20,000 shares of Finger, and he was asking about, he wasn't asking, he was stating that he's going to hold Finger for 6 months. If things don't improve by then, he's going to sell. And I was asking,
If he's nervous about it, every week, go sell the $3 calls or the
Yeah,
$4 calls. Take in a dime, 10 cents. He's got 20,000.
Yeah,
200 calls of the 4s or 5s at 20 cents, and you make $2,000 every other week, and you keep bringing in income. If the stock explodes, you only make from where the stock is to to $6 or $5, whatever the calls are.
I mentioned that, selling short calls. And then I also just, and this is, I guess, my question. I said to him that 6 months might be too short because to me, the company has said that it will go positive in earnings in its 2005 fiscal year, which ends February 29th. So to me, that's probably the third or fourth quarter of their year, which is our fourth quarter or first quarter. You know, if you assume the worst, maybe they go break even in the first quarter next year. Well, that's 6 months. So I was just saying 6 months might not be enough time to get the...
Well, follow the bouncing ball. The news is on the tape. You make your decision. All right? I think this shit's going to hit the fan between now and February. Only because A, stock dividends come in. B, you got 61 days to Trump. And C, my friend who works at a very big brokerage firm heard through their channels that the company is going to be profitable shortly. So what does that mean? He doesn't know. He doesn't know if it's a week, a month, 2 months. So once the company goes profitable, you met my friend Rob in Atlantic City. What did he tell you? Once you're profitable, what happens?
Yeah, once it goes profitable, to me, the key is profitable matters, but predictable, ongoing profitability that is growing. The game's over for the shorts. Game's over.
Right. So I look at it that way. Listen, the company raised a few bucks with their friends, people that know them from Asia, and the gentleman that said 6 months. Those guys have restricted stock for 6 months. They can't do anything. It's 3 days old.
Right.
So you want to follow them when they register their shares, in 6 months, then maybe that's when you want to bail if you want to bail out.
So explain to him a little bit more what he could do selling calls. Obviously, right now, there's not a lot of premium.
So if the stock wants to run up, let's say stock goes from here it is 180, it runs to 2.5, 3. You can probably sell the 4s at a quarter, or 5s at a quarter, or something like that. Look at it that way. Wait for a run up, and then you make the sell.
Right.
Or you have 20,000 shares. The stock wants to run up. You could sell, maybe 50 calls at a quarter, 50 calls at 30 cents, 50 calls at 40 cents. You average into them. And let's say you got 200 calls at 35 cents. You pull in 6,500.
What I did one time years and years ago, I invested. My friend said, buy these 6 or 7 stocks. I put like 100 grand, 150 grand in all these tech stocks right at the top of the crash in March of whatever it was, 2002, 2001, 2000, whatever, when it crashed. I bought right at the high. But for the next sort of 6 months, I just sold the short-term calls. I didn't care if the stock got taken away from me. I could reestablish. By September, I had earned all my money back just by selling short-term calls against my positions. In other words, 2 weeks out, 3 weeks out. And then you just wait for it to expire. You
Well,
collect
just
the
remember
premium.
that you're taking away your upside.
But you're taking away your upside. But I figured I'm just working to get my money back. But you
Yes,
do limit your upside.
Sometimes you need to get your money back.
Yeah.
And that's important. So if you can get your money back, you're a winner, right?
Yeah.
That's how you have to think like that sometimes. Get your money back and you're a winner. Listen, not every time you make a trade, does it say you buy, you're a winner. It's not like, they spin the wheel and you're a winner. Sometimes you're upside down. I just showed you in GTC, I'm upside down. Right? I told you to pay $3.80 for it. But I bought some at 88 cents. Not enough to bring me all the way down, but it brought me down enough where I say, okay, I'm in position that if the stock runs, not only will I break even, I'll be profitable. That's how I looked at it.
Right. And if you get in that mindset, if the stock gets sold, you can just reestablish the position and put other calls in. But you're absolutely right. It limits your upside when there's surprise news. No question.
Listen, yes, the game is that not every time you do a trade is it a winning trade.
Right.
I'll give you an example. I made my first purchase.
That seems almost trite. I could reverse that. Not every time I make a trade does it not lose. No.
Listen, I purchased Finger Motion in December of 2018, December 31st, 2018. I paid $287 for it. The company was just starting the top-up business. That's when I first heard about it. $287. Okay? The stock is where?
Yeah.
$1.87?
Yeah.
How many new businesses do they have? Correct?
Yeah. A lot.
And the stock is below $1 where I paid. Okay? $1. And you don't see me moaning because I know eventually it's going to turn.
Right.
That's how it happens. Anyway, William, I'm home. I'm going to have my dinner. And everyone have a great night. I hope I helped out.
All right. You did. Appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
And
Jennifer, I didn't realize he's a huge shareholder. He's going to lose that money. I wonder how he got his Meta shares. Obviously, it's probably from Torchlight. Going into Meta. Yeah, it would be his original Torchlight position going into Meta. Then 1 for 1, he got his what's now Nextbridge out. So I guess, Jennifer, I would think it's not pleasant, but it's duplicative almost, because he was after the Ora Grande, not the technology. So he still has his ownership. Whatever he put into Torchlight, he still owns, if not higher percentage of the Ora Grande. So it's not ideal, but I think he's okay. Obviously, he would have loved Meta to work out, but I don't think he's really losing something that he had back when he was in Ora Grande in Torchlight in the beginning. I think he is on the line for that note, but I think that note transferred to Nextbridge, so he'll get that money back from cash flows. I think he's all right. But hey, John, I did talk about platinum, but you weren't here. It boiled down to the catalytic converter isn't going anywhere fast. I mean, it's not going away. So buy your platinum metals group metals. I have some of that too, Aaron. I have Logic, and I mean, nothing's changed. The risk in Logic is Brent has to bring 6 companies in at the same time. And he's got to get them to look at the arithmetic of the number of shares they issue. They have 300 million shares authorized. If they do that at 15% to Logic, to us, and they bring in these shares, that means there's the total issuance should be 2 billion shares. 2 billion. Now remember, they're doing a reverse, but let's stick right there. At 2 billion, we have 300 million. They have 1.7 billion to allocate to 6 companies. But if one of those CEOs says, well, that was great when the stock was 5 cents, but now and Brent can't tell him this is all fraud, well, then it hurts everybody. Instead of issuing 2 billion shares, they go higher. And that's the one risk. I think he's aware of that. And I think this is the one chance all the CEOs have of striking a deal if they work together and one doesn't try to get more than the rest, where the bang for the buck is to stick with 2 billion shares, because the revenues and the cash flows and the product announcements and the growth will be reflected in 2 billion shares. You divide that by 50, I guess it's 100 million shares they'll have outstanding. Let me just go ahead and use the calculator. No, I'm totally wrong. It'll be 40 million shares they have outstanding as a listed company. That's a real company. So if they can stick at that level, I think you could have a $25 stock, which would work out to 50 cents pre reverse split. So that's what I think, Aaron. I think you're going to see 6 deals put in worth 50 cents a share. The question is, the criminals are trying to drive the price down because that's what they do. That's all they do. They just want to destroy they just want to destroy the per share value of anything good. Yeah, but I really think that we're going to have the reason Kamala Harris is giddy, she's going to be the next president. Kamala Harris is going to be your next president. And I got to tell you something. I'm going to turn off all televisions, all news. I'm not going to be hectored by that preachy female, to paraphrase the Ragin' Cajun. One thing Kamala did, and everyone jumped on her that she's an idiot. But I had a client that told me they can't quote what you didn't say. She never said anything, really. Bunch of crap. She never really said anything. And she's a woman. She'll be president because she's a woman. She's slightly darker than many people. So I guess that makes her a minority. But her mother's Caucasian, if you look up where Caucasian is from. Her father is of Indian descent and Irish descent, apparently. She grew up in very privileged world. She grew up in Canada. She's married to a white man. But hey, her skin's a little darker. So rah, rah. And she's a woman. Rah, rah. Can't wait. Just can't wait. Her knowledge of economics is amazing. The way she connects with the working class is incredible. Her ability to understand history and bring the lessons of history into the present day, amazing. And even her understanding of law is beyond compare. And her ability to interact with people as human beings, exceptional. She's going to be an amazing president. And we're going to get her because it's time to have a slightly darker person who's a woman, who's lived the life of Riley. Never in her life has she been discriminated against for being a woman or for having skin that's the envy of most people that go to the beach. I mean, she's not a downtrodden, but she plays that. I don't know. Anyway, she's going to be our president, so we get used to her, don't we? We get used to her. ASTS, all right, I'll write that down. Yeah, Dirty Mayo. I haven't spoken to him in a while, but Dirty Mayo's great. Dirty Mayo has the integrity of George Washington, the strength of Paul Bunyan, the compassion of Abraham Lincoln, and he's a good father to boot. I agree with that. Common sense. That's right. The fish stinks from the head down. I think the key to a company being victimized by shorts, they have to do a transaction with a guy like Jeff Easton. Otherwise, I don't think the shorts are there, per se. They might be. They might be. Don't get confused with the idea. There's 4 tickets in the United States: a buy ticket, a sell ticket, a sell short ticket that's legitimately borrowed. And there's a place for that. There's no place for taking MMAT from 20 million shares to over 1 billion or 2 billion. That's just destruction. There is no place for it. And it's self-fulfilling. Then they blame the CEO. They blame the investors. I don't totally agree. Well, I agree with your statement if it applies to kind of the real shorts, that if you have to borrow real stock, well, then that's a level playing field. But if you can hit the bid, or in between, cross-stock, collude, and sell shares into existence which do not exist. That's not shorting. That's not shorting. You are selling stock that does not exist. They call it shorting, but it's not. It's failure to borrow, failure to deliver, failure to receive, failure to locate, and it's against the law. And the reg show exemption, the market maker exemption, is only meant to give 2 or 3 additional days. But in the hurry of high-speed trading with a stock that trades by appointment anyway, why do you need high-speed trading? Why do you need those extra days? Just locate the shares before you sell them. It's all criminal. It's all criminal. They don't need that. It's destructive. And, do I have any thoughts? Well, if there were a civilization before the flood, and it looks like it to me that there was, with all the pyramids and the big structures around the world, what did they use for energy? That's one of my thoughts. I hope you're right, Jennifer. I know Trump is an oldster, and I personally wish he had picked Byron Donalds for his vice president. And I hate my reason. I like Byron Donalds. I've seen him in action. I've watched and listened to him. And I think he's every bit as successful as J.D. Vance. But I think for the people that can't spend time thinking, he's clearly not a white boy. And I think that would have helped Donald Trump. The other was Tulsi Gabbard, but I don't think women will ever come around for Trump if they're not already there. I really don't think African American women will come around for Trump if they're not already there. But I think African American men would come for Trump if he had chosen Byron Donalds. But oddly, the African American vote is 2/3 women. It's an odd statistic. It's so the African American male only makes a third of the African American vote. Well, it's odd. Hispanics, I guess he could have picked Rubio, but I don't like Rubio. I like Ana Paulina Luna a lot. She's just too young. But I like her fire and her fight. And she, I think, used to be beautiful. I think she's still lovely, but she doesn't, and I'm sure she used it before. I saw some pictures. But now she dress appropriately, conservatively, not the way AOC does. Sometimes AOC is conservative a lot of the time too. But I think maybe Ana Paulina Luna would have been good, but he still has a chance to make his picks in his cabinet. I would feel a lot more comfortable with Trump in office instead of Kamala Harris. Hey, Aaron, thank you, Aaron. That's very kind of you, Aaron. I like your deck. You have a big deck. What was that skit on Saturday Night Live? My wife likes my big deck. Thank you, Jennifer. You look like a movie star. A skeptical movie star, but a movie star nonetheless. million shares in MMTLP recently. It's now 19 million. So what do you pay, $1? That's a lot of squid. But that'll be a write-off. He's going to make money in Nextbridge. I'd love to talk to him. I've never talked to him. I'll predict, Jennifer, he'll buy the technology out of bankruptcy. He will make MMTLP rise again. Do I know what happened to cause platinum? From what I'm hearing, it was a knee-jerk reaction to automobiles going to electric vehicles, and therefore the demand for catalytic converters was down. That was the theory I heard. I don't know the answer. It could be that it's as a rare, it's almost a rare earth metal. It's there's not much of a market for it. I don't know. This little gold company I keep telling everybody about has a lot of palladium in it. A lot of palladium. I don't know. Cisco Kid was a friend of mine. Well, so what's the lesson we can learn there? In a recession, women and men still buy beauty products. Men buy creams and dyes and things. Women do. Aircraft parts maker. Aircraft is a big part of our life, and in particular if we go to war. So he bought the parts maker, not Boeing. So it's a good. Wow, that's a lot of money. Ulta Beauty. But still small position. I hope the silent majority comes out, but Jennifer, they just need to win Philadelphia. But this watch tells time simultaneously in Stade, London, New York, and Tokyo. Well, here in Philadelphia, it's worth $50. Anyway, they have Philadelphia, Detroit, Atlanta, and Phoenix, and they win the election. And I think they have ways to do it. Yeah, I've tried to look for that, Jennifer. I knew Torchlight back when they were raising money, and they did raise money. I guess I would have to go on the SEC site and spend more time than I have. But I've been unable to find in the news that Torchlight took money from a toxic lender, but I think they did. And Torchlight did business, or the CEO did business with the guy at Roth Capital. So that's why I don't quite trust the clients of Roth Capital. I like my friend. I don't think he's consciously doing this, but ultimately this is a failure of the regulators, you know. It's ultimately ultimately that. Okay. Wow. So you've heard of Ulta. Um, um, okay, let me keep going. Kamala is a wolf in Dumbo. I agree. I think her dumbness is an act, and I think she's ruthless. I could use a different word. Do I know anything about? No, I don't. I can surely say I don't. I can, if it's a stock, I can see. Bio Alta, 168. I don't know anything about it. The stock is trading well. I just need to find a chart. All right, let me go to my other chart. Callaway, BCAB, Bio Alta. Oh, nothing there to get excited about. Oh, God, they destroy everything. Lower lows isn't good, but then again, now it's higher lows, but you'd like to see a confirmation of that. I don't like the chart. But it's trying to break out. If it broke out, 215 is next. But I think it has a hard time getting above 4 or 3. There's a huge gap between 5 and 8, it looks like, maybe 7. That'll be filled if it's going up. Man, they crushed it. They just bloody well crushed it. $80 million market cap. It's just criminal. Well, what I understand Trump's doing with Twitter is only campaign stuff, not his personal. But I agree with you. Maybe they merge together. Twitter is more than just, as you know, Twitter, he wants to make it a money payment system, a huge media platform. He wants to make it the public square. He wants to make it fair. He wants to integrate it with vehicles. You know, he's got much bigger plans with Twitter than DJT has. But I don't know. I don't know enough about Truth Social. I think I signed up for it a while ago, but I never use it. I rarely use Twitter because of the negativity, but I'm on there. You're in South Jersey. I spent a summer in Avalon, New Jersey, and my family still goes to Avalon. It's weird. I did it separately, and I raised money for a company, Thoroughfare, New Jersey, Thoroughfare. I used to go up all the time to visit and go into Philadelphia. Well, yeah, I'm not going to comment out live, but love to talk to you sometime about that. Love to talk to you. I can't believe I've never heard of Alta, but see, Warren Buffett is smart. For you to respond that way, that's a good investment. I don't know who Chase Oliver is. I was asked not to apply for being CEO. Would I join the board? Sure, but I the guy's probably not going to be thrilled with me on there. I don't know. Hey, Tyrone. Gates of hell shall not prevail. I listened to Rose Kennedy the other night, and I'm just in awe of her. She had so many hardships, and she has such strength too. But she said, I guess it's Luke. I don't know how to quote those things, but that's where it comes from. To whom much is given, much is expected. And she taught her children so much. Now that the computer's working better, maybe I can finish that one chapter, not chapter, just paragraph. Or is it worth it? It's probably not worth it. It's not worth it. I can do it another time. All right, so 6:46. Unless there's something else to talk about, I can't think of anything. Jennifer, it's glad someday we'll talk here in South Jersey. Next time I go to New York City, I'll let you know. Maybe we can meet in Camden. I don't know where South Jersey is. I have no idea. But maybe the train goes through them. The gates of hell shall not prevail. You know the ending. You are a man. Don't be a Debbie Downer. Put on your big boy pants. Stop saying the shorts are in control. I think they are. But that doesn't finish. I don't believe the shorts. John, two things. Just because they're in control right now doesn't mean they're going to be in control forever. And certainly not in a specific situation. And secondly, just because this is all confusing to us, just because it's seems like they're more powerful than they are, they're just bullies, and they'll run away as soon as they're punched. But the biggest thing I want to say is this has all happened before. Maybe not with algorithms, maybe not with screwed up computers talking to other computers and then analysts over there and all that. But this kind of criminality has happened in the markets before. and it never lasts. I would argue the markets have to crash to wipe them out, but then there'll come reform. Things will change. But I think the shorts have many of these companies under control. I think if I'm coming across as a Debbie Downer, I'll have to think about that. Not going to defend myself. But I also don't want to come across as you ever run into those guys? They're great, and I wish I could be like them. You ask them how they're doing, great, never better. Well, that's actually a good way to answer the question. Every single time your subconscious responds to it. But I find it, I don't know, I don't find it all that realistic. I don't find you men all that. Good. Cool. Stop saying there will be no squeeze. I've never said that. I've never said that. But I guess you could interpret what I say to that point. I don't know what stock you're talking about, but let's assume you're talking about Finger. Just to be clear what I'm saying, I think when you buy it right now and when you think about your plan right now, it should be on the basis of the stock's fundamentals and where the stock can go. If the stock were to trade in the $5 range for a prolonged time, or $10 range for a prolonged time, $15 range for, I don't know, but one of these numbers could trigger real pressure on the shorts. But for the time being, John, I think you're fooling yourself. Finger is not going down because you or I are selling. It's not going down because insiders are selling. It's not going down because real shorts are selling. It's not. It's not going down because it got ahead of itself either. It's going down because they have it under control. But that doesn't mean they're going to have it under control forever. Just doesn't mean it that way. Just doesn't. I'll think of a different way, a better way of presenting my thoughts. But I certainly never said there would be no squeeze. I just think that you have to follow the evidence in front of your eyes. Finger motion went to 17. They got it back down to 1. It went to some number. They got it back down to 1. It went to whatever it was, in that November. They're trying to get it back down to 1. And they are in the ones. So if that doesn't look like to you they have it under control, I don't understand the definition of control. They're not as scared. They're not afraid. And if it goes to 15, they just wait and drive it back down. What will change it, John, in my opinion, is when there's either a contract out of left field that is so massive, so undeniable that it shivers their timbers, or when they go to positive earnings and it's predictable, it's repeatable and growing, and it's so visible, they'll have to cover. Or the stock gets up to, I'll make it up, $8 and stays there for 6 months. The shorts are going to have to bring money into the prime brokers' accounts, and at some point they may start covering. The real short of 1.6 million could get in trouble, and they start covering, and that could trigger a short squeeze. But I don't think people should buy Finger for the thesis that it's going to short squeeze tomorrow. It's just me. We can have different opinions. Ham thinks it can short squeeze like that. But I think there's enough fundamental story there to finger motion. You pay $1.80 right now. You have, in all likelihood, in the first or second week of September, a major New York brokerage firm putting out a buy recommendation. Now, I've only heard it through Ham here, so call that speculation. But if that happens, that's great. You've got this contract, which I personally love, which is for all vehicles in China in the emergency, whatever they called it, space. They announced 2, so everyone poo-poos it. I think it's huge. I think it means there's going to be more government contracts. Why don't they tell us? They should tell us. They should get on and tell us. They can't, and they're conservative. They don't want to break the trust with the federal government. I think that contract is huge. If I'm right and more contracts come or that gets bigger, that's going to be a prime mover over the next few months. I think the big data is bloody massive. They're working with 2 of the biggest insurance companies in the world that want to get into the Chinese market, which is 1.5 billion people. It's the world's largest economy, and it's a sophisticated financial economy. It's huge. And they're in the second, now maybe the third stage of monetizing that. They have laboratories. They're going through the data, and it's data they get because of their relationships with the telecoms. I think that is ginormous for Finger. So those things right there, I think makes Finger a $30 stock. And I think it's cheap right now. That's why I don't think you have to view Finger Motion as a short squeeze stock. Now, I do believe, John, that short squeezes are under control. AMC, GME, COSM, every other piece of shit stock that's now zero. They got GTII under control when it was squeezing. All they had to go do was buy an IR guy, another guy, and corrupt a CEO and funnel 35 million into a piece of shit company itself. They did it. I just, John, we're up against a foe that's done this stuff. I'm not saying squeezes won't happen. I believe they have to surprise. The surprise has to be big. The buying has to be huge, and just continue until the stock is at a new price valuation. You saw it, John. GME, AMC, all this buying came in. And once the buy-in is sated, once it's spent, they just have to short. You saw Steve Cohen bail out Melville Capital, whatever the hell it is. Because they knew they could short it back down and make all the money coming back down. I get blowback when I say this guy, Flaming Kitty, was just a signal for everybody to run it, push money to Cohen, and then they did it again, push money to Cohen. It was all a prearranged signal. I get blowback. Oh, you should realize that guy's smart. He's made money. I don't know. I think I predicted that pretty well, but they have it under control. So what you're looking for is a story, to me anyway. You can do it your way. With Finger, I think there's a story that can blow the shorts out of the water, but it can blow the negativos, the bears out of the water too. All you need is one quarter where they are able to project that this is what's going to happen with this contract. I'm making it up. There's 10 million emergency responder vehicles and drones in China, and it grows at 30% per year. And we have the contract for all of them. I'm making it all up. But if something like that happened, the stock's $30. And then you could get your squeeze. But I'm not comfortable telling people to buy Finger right now for the squeeze. I think anything that runs it up without news that is unexpected, has to be unexpected news, well-defined news, and is so powerful that it brings in buying, I think Finger's well and truly under control. I mean, John, I went up to New York. I went to dinner with everyone there that mattered except one investor who was back in China arranging this contract that's been announced. She wasn't there. Everybody else was there. I talked with everybody. I know Finger. I know the sense of what's behind Finger pretty darn well. I think that company is going somewhere. It doesn't need a squeeze to be enormously valuable. But it could happen. The stock was $4.30. They've got more contracts. They've got better news announcements. And now the stock's $1.80. You don't see that as a sign of control? Who's selling it? They are. I think it's a sign of control. I'm not trying to be Debbie Downer, just trying to look at the evidence that's there. How does that help? Well, if you look at the evidence, when it changes, you start seeing signals. This is the time it's going to run. Buyers are coming in. They're not selling it. They don't have it under control anymore. Things change, ebb and flow. But I'm not going to lie to myself. I do that about girlfriends and people I'm in love with and business partners. But I try not to do it about the stock market but I'm human. I make mistakes and probably I fool myself lots of times, if not lie. But the only way to outwit the market is try to see the evidence and accept it as you see it. So you're in New York City, not New Jersey. So South Jersey, you're in Hoboken? Does that mean you're in Hoboken? I will. We'll look you up next time. Next time there's a investor dinner or a gathering, we'll do it. We'll do it. Does Michael Burry have anything to do with the bullshit going on? I don't know. I think he's pretty wealthy. I don't read him. I don't know him, but I don't read him that way. I don't think he's criminal. I think he makes macro bets. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think he's part of the criminal activity. Well, look, I have been a little bit depressed because I made a decision as it related to one company that I didn't like. John, I'm alone. I just had dinner with my sister and my stepmother. I miss my dad, but I also miss my nieces and nephews and brothers and sisters. I miss a woman that I was in love with, and I miss traveling, being with my friends. I'm facing the inevitable that we all do. I miss my house. I'd like to have a place to live. I do this, and all I get is really bad feedback from people. And one thing my stepmother used to make fun of me when I was a teenager. She used to say sensitivity, sensitivity. And I feel all that stuff. As somebody, a friend of mine told me, I'm an empath, whatever the hell that is. But I feel all that. I think people here are hurting, the real ones. I feel that. I carry that with me. I think that the stocks we've been in have been under attack for over a year, and that's not pleasant. I do believe that the systems, the people that are doing this are protected. It's a criminal activity. It's protected by the fact that it's computerized, and the women and the men in Congress don't care one bit. They're paid off. They think that we're just wacko, and it looks overwhelming. And company after company, John, MMAT just went out. They had a technology for the battery that could have transformed energy systems in the world, and it went bankrupt because of these criminals. That depresses me. I get depressed sometimes when I realize that I had a strategy for where my house was, where it was located, my business, what businesses I focused in, and I'm not ready now for what's coming. What's coming is going to be bloody scary. Luckily, we have a community we can reach out to, and I think we can trust each other, and that's going to be huge. That is going to be huge. I get a little down a bit when on a couple of the bigger projects I've worked over the years here recently that I no longer can reach out to certain investors. I get down on that. I think about it. In terms of these stocks, I think it's awful what's happened to GTII. I can't help but think the people in there are working with the shorts. I was asked to be CEO of that. Now it's all torn asunder, but I'm ready and willing to work with the good people that are working hard on that. MMTLP, it feels like MMTLP that people are being misled by Double D over on the Twitter Roddy Spaces, and they're not moving MMTLP to Nextbridge. I see a huge disappointment coming. I see a settlement for $2, $3, $4, $5. Take it or leave it. And that depresses me because I think people should move to Nextbridge, but no one listens. All it is unrelenting crap that I get back on my ideas. And some of the stocks I talk about don't work out because on the other side is just constant counterfeiting. And so, yeah, I get a little down about that. On the other hand, John, my year starts, for some reason, I've always felt that way. I'm on a school year schedule. I've always liked school. I'm not as much on a January schedule. So I feel like come September, a lot of good things are going to happen. But day in and day out of coming on here, yesterday people are making fun that I'm reading about gold and silver, which is something I want to get across to people. People come on and make fun about there was no reason for me to lose my house. None. The person that I signed a contract with happened to be a woman, and I just don't think I'll ever do a business deal with a woman again. They process things differently. I don't know. I still can't understand it. And then my friend, I don't understand that at the end. I don't understand it. But you know what? Over Lent, I tried to give it up to God, and it's got to be something wrong with me. It has to be my fault. But those things get me down. I've been doing this nonstop, John, for almost 3 years, and my computer overheats every time I do it. I'm sick of all of it. I want a breakthrough. And I want you guys to make money. And I want to start feeling good about all that stuff. But I don't know. I'm just human. I'm just human. And there's still consequences of what I went through. I still have to fight those things. And there's a lot of good. I'm grateful for in my life. There's so much. And that's what I try to be happy for. But every now and then I get down and I get embarrassed. I get feeling like I'm often an eddy in the world when my skills could help make good things happen. When I find out someone like Kamala Harris is going to be in position to make things happen, I wonder, what the hell did I do with my life? I don't know, John. I'm not always a rosy riveter. I'm not always everything's great, never better kind of guy. I don't know. I wish I were. Because the best people, guys like Trump, who always say the positive things happen. Guys like Obama, who always say positive things happen. I guess maybe that's what you're telling me. Start saying positive things. Trying to be realistic, but I guess realism doesn't matter in this world anymore. I don't know, John. I don't have an answer. It's good advice. I work in New Jersey, go to New York City. I like New York City a lot. Last time I got, through the auspices of a good friend, I got to stay in one of the old buildings. I loved it. It was a small little unit, but it was right across the street from the zoo in Central Park. I loved it. And I used to go quite a bit to New York, up in that area. I like that part of New York. And I used to book hotel rooms at the last minute, and you could get some great deals. But I love all of that part of New York very much. So I'd love to see you. Maybe, who knows? Yeah, Ham doesn't come down there that much, but there's some people in New York to visit with, and I like New York very much. I love being in New York. It doesn't look safe per se, but I really enjoy New York City. Well, Jean, let me look at that quickly. Not that charts matter, right? But what else can we go by? And I think the computers look at charts, Where's my straight line? God, I lose everything. I would lose my head if I weren't so level-headed. Here it is. Yeah, unfortunately. Unfortunately, Jean, I don't see any reason for Finger to not go down. The the filing, and let me just see if I can get a shorter chart. Make it 6 months. Um, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know. This could be the bottom, but I don't. I think it's more likely that it'll spike one more time. They'll try to spike it one more time. I don't think it'll get to $1 like it has in the past. If it does, John, if it got down to the $1, last time it did, it ran to 250, pulled back, and then it ran to 7, all in about a month. So if it ever hit $1 again, I think you've got a huge upside move coming. But my guess is, if you read the filing on Finger, that they just put out August 9th. I don't know where my glasses are. They did, in May of 24, they approved an unregistered, non-brokered private placement of 800,000 shares of common stock. So it's limited. At that time, it was limited at a price of $250. But the proceeds they were looking for was $2 million. So anyway, they received money, they executed subscriptions, and they subscribed according to this on August 5th. They sold 310,000 shares. Well, at that time, it's brought in $775,000. So that's $250 a share. That's $250 a share. So they sold 310,000 shares at $250. But since June, the trading price of the company's stock on NASDAQ, that criminal organization, has been decreasing, and it's less than the subscription price. So on August 5th, the board authorized a reduction of the subscription price to $250 to $150 a share. So the offering now, 100,000 shares, will be 1.333 million shares. So the criminals achieve what they want by driving it down. Instead of the company selling 800,000 shares at $250, which was already down from when the stock was $450 when it was on the NASDAQ, they sell now 1.3 million shares. That's the heart of the investment program that the criminals have set up. Just keep selling non-existent shares, pay off the SEC, pay off Congress, pay off the regulators, make sure that the prime brokers get a lot of commission, make sure the broker dealers get a lot of commission, intimidate them, intimidate everyone else, and just drive down the stock so that the numerator gets destroyed. It gets expanded like Jessica Simpson did after she did the cheeseburger commercial. Or Bridget Fonda did after she quit Hollywood. Or after Marlon Brando did after he quit Hollywood. So they're adjusting everything. So now everyone that paid $250 is going to get more shares. So anyway, John, the second thing to take out of this is if you take the 310 shares no, you take the 775,000 and divide it by 150, that's 500,000 shares. So they still have 800,000 shares to sell. And the company has already reduced the price by a full third and expanded the amount of shares it dilutes itself by almost double, 40%. So they think can we just drive it down further and they'll do it again? Their whole modus, it's all they do. And Ann Wagner allows it. Adina Friedman allows it. Gary Gensler, soon to be gone, Gary Gensler allows it. And Kamala Harris will allow it. Thank you, Jack. I'm glad you moved your Nextbridge hydrocarbons. I really do. Thank you, Jennifer. That's great. We have a deep capture problem that people in power are bought and paid for. Yeah, there are things we can do to make money, and that's why I try to talk about this. Unfortunately, when I started talking about silver, I had to start talking about GTII. We're in a morass, and I don't know how to break out of it. But silver's doubled. Well, not quite doubled, but it's gone up from when I was talking about it. There's other things to do, and you're absolutely right. I think logic is the trade. I think there are trades out there. And then somebody comes on here and calls me Chapter 11 William. Thanks. I'm tired of all that evilness. It's all evil. It is. It's all evil. It's the devil's work. And I don't talk that way usually. I have the biggest Mac. It is older. But it's what's the limit? There's two limiting things. It's probably got a lot of dust in it, and it's only got 8 gigabytes. No, 8 RAM. 8 RAM. That's the problem. 8 RAM, and you can't expand it. It was the most you could buy when I bought the computer. I bought the highest one. That's probably so. I bet 16 RAM, if that's called, would help. I don't know the answer. Mine's 27-inch, I think, so it's probably the same. It's a trillion memory, a TCF memory. I don't know whatever. It's a big memory, but the random access memory is not big enough. All right, so let's just see if there's any good news out there, bad news out there. 722. Do you know where your children are? I want to. Oncologist says every new cancer patient he sees, and they're all under 45. I can think of one thing. He thinks it's food, ultra processed foods. Could be. Texas cheerleader dies, age 12. Again, I can think of a reason, but you're not allowed to talk about it. I guess monkeypox is coming. Something about orgasm. I don't read those. Ooh. What's Harris hiding? Kamala's been the nominee for a month, yet she still refuses to be interviewed. I didn't know that. That shouldn't happen. That shouldn't happen. But what a little girl. 8-year-old girl beats up a robber with a baseball bat to protect her dad's liquor store. Oh, God bless her. God bless her. She shouldn't have to do that. There, Republicans, I didn't know that. Here she is. Republican Congresswoman Ana Paulina Luna in a MAGA swimsuit. A video of Representative Ana Paulina Luna in a MAGA swimsuit circulated on social media Wednesday. The Republican firebrand said the clip proves she is biologically a woman, showing off her curves. Well, I mean, she does. I guess if you have it, you flaunt it. But it's a little inappropriate. She's a congresswoman. She's not a pinup. But she used to be a model. Wow. All right, let's change the subject from that. Who declares monkeypox a global health emergency? So I can see where our election's going. You were right, Mark. Buffett sold 400 million shares of Apple. Oh, I wish I could read that. This guy's point is the yen carry trade and the AI bubble are all the same trade. I'd like to read that article. Mortgage refi activity jumps. Lenders are happy. See how good Kamala is? She's changing it already. Emergency alert declared at the largest nuclear power plant in the United States. That doesn't sound good. That's in Georgia. Well, I hope that's just a false. Three white police officers pass over because of their race. I guess that's their white advantage. Electric vehicle bursts into flames inside underground parking lot. Over 20 people hospitalized, 100 vehicles damaged. There's MMAT. MMAT has the technology to prevent that, and the shorts destroyed the company. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So I guess we're going to have another medical lockdown. All right, I'm going to read one more article, and then I'm going to sign off. This is from Jim Rickards. Jim Rickards. Will the Fed get Kamala elected? Dated August 13th, 2024. The August 5 mini crash was a potent reminder to investors that stock markets aren't a one-way street. It wasn't the end of the world. Market indexes down 3% in a day is a big deal, but it bears no comparison to October 29, 1929, when the stock market fell 21% over 2 days, or October 87, when the stock market fell 21% in a day, which is what I've been suggesting to you. What caused the August 5 mini crash? There are several suspects. The employment report issued on Friday, August 2, showed a decline in job creation and an uptick in the unemployment rate. Neither move was extreme, but it got the market's attention. In fact, the August 5 decline actually started on August 2, giving the 2-day decline a greater impact. It's also the case that late July and early August was when many companies, especially big tech, reported their earnings for the quarter ended June 30 and offered their forward guidance. Many of those reports showed huge expenditures for artificial intelligence with little or no gains in revenue. That was enough to cause market analysts and investors to reprice the entire sector. This show me attitude towards AI drove many huge stocks such as Nvidia and Samsung lower even before the 2-day rout on August 2 and August 5. Finally, there's ample evidence that the economy is now in a recession. There's something much bigger than the markets behind all of this, and it's called the economy. I've been warning about a recession for a long time, and now it's here. This is Jim Rickards. Last Friday's unemployment report was a sign. Still, unemployment is a lagging indicator. It means the recession probably began in June or even in May. We won't know for a few months when the National Bureau of Economic Research makes its official call. This recession could be severe based on excess inventories that need to be dumped and a host of other technical indicators. A protracted recession is consistent with my forecast for a long, slow grind down in stocks. Just to be clear, August 5 was not the big one. A crash of 25% or more in a compressed period of a few weeks, similar to what we saw in March, April 2020, is always possible. But this correction has a dynamic that suggests it will feel for a bottom and then settle down. The buy the dip crowd are still around, and they'll be dipping their toes in the water on a continual basis. This does not mean a sudden rally. This is according to Jim Rickards. But it could mean the market will bounce around the new bottom, with those needing cash or just being cautious getting out and the bottom feeders getting in. The timing of crashes is hard to predict, even when you know they're coming. But the aftermath of a crash is even harder to predict. The real impact of the August 5 mini crash was the increase in volatility. In place of steady gains, investors should now expect big up and down days within a larger downward trend. we may actually be in for something worse than a crash. We may be in for a long, slow grind to a new bottom that could be down 70% or more from the top, say down to the Dow 12,000. See, he's calling for a big move down, not as bad as mine. Investors are familiar with the Dow crash of 21% in 1929, but fewer know that the bottom did not come until June 1932, down over 80% from the 1929 high. Something similar happened in the 1970s, where the Dow was 1,000 in 1969 and 1,000 in 1982. It went nowhere for 13 years with volatility along the way. It's funny, they all quote the same stuff, but it's good. It's repetitive. You'll learn it. Adjusted for inflation, the 1982 index was worth less than half the 1969 index in real terms. So you lost over 50% of your wealth during those 13 years between 69 and 82 before a new bull market began. The problem with a 25-year recovery, 1929 to 1954, or a 13-year recovery, 1969 to 1982, is that many people do not have the time to recover. Be prepared for that outcome. That's what I'm warning. I think this next collapse, it'll be a decade or two, and you won't have the magic of a snapback in the indexes. You can still make money in stocks. It'll be a market of stocks, not a stock market. Here's what I recently wrote about the prospect of a Federal Reserve rate cut in September. Quote, the best way out for the Fed is to keep their heads down and do nothing. Sounds like me. That's what I expect the Fed to do absent an extreme market meltdown or a sharp spike in unemployment. Well, we've just had the meltdown and a spike in quick succession. So it's clear the Fed will cut rates in September. That's what he's saying. I'm not so sure, but we'll find out. That's what everybody's saying. I'm still kind of hesitant on that. I think the Fed has to be tough with one hand and pump up the volume with the other. They're the ones in there buying all the debt. Well, which brings interest rates down. Well, we've just had them, okay, but that's not a free lunch, cutting rates in September. My original formulation that the Fed wouldn't cut was based on the fact that inflation was still too high. That is still true. So the Fed will be throwing in the towel on inflation in order to calm the stock markets. I don't think they're going to do that. The Fed may end up with the worst of both worlds, continuing inflation and recession, and this is known as stagflation. And don't hold your breath waiting for the Fed put. The Fed put is real, but it only comes out when stock markets are crashing, say 20% or more in a few weeks, or when there's a bank panic or both. We're not there yet. It could happen, but the situation right now is not bad enough for the Fed to intervene apart from a 25% cut, 25 basis point cut, 0.25% cut in September. Don't look for an intermediate cut or a 0.50% cut, 50 basis points. As I've said before, the Fed doesn't want you to panic, but they also don't want to panic themselves. A September rate cut puts Powell on a direct collision course with Donald Trump. That's because the rate cut will come just 6 weeks ahead of Election Day on November 5. It'll probably give the stock market a boost. In turn, this will boost the Democrats' chances of winning the election. Trump has publicly said that Powell shouldn't cut rates so close to the election, and to do so should be considered a kind of election interference by an apolitical Fed. Powell may be able to justify a rate cut using an economic slowdown and a stock market volatility as cover. But if Trump were to win the election, there may be a high price for Powell, and the Fed may have to pay for his political rate cut. In the first place, all the seats on the Federal Board of Governors are selected by the president. Trump could nominate allies like Judy Shelton, Larry Kudlow, and Monica Crawley to fill the seats. It's not clear Trump could fire Jay Powell. It's possible, but it's never been done before, so the matter would be litigated. But Powell's term as chair is up May 15, 26, so Trump could replace him early in his second term. Would Trump neuter the Fed? Trump could also seek legislation, assuming Republican control of both houses, which would reduce Fed powers and Fed autonomy. This could include repealing the dual mandate that requires the Fed to target unemployment and inflation at the same time. Totally impossible to do, but the Fed goes through the motions. This would return the Fed to its original purpose of sound money and lender of the last resort. So there's a lot at stake if Powell goes ahead with his political rate cut. If Trump wins, they're not going to let him win. And Republicans take both houses, we could be dealing with a neutered Fed. That might be negative if the Fed were truly apolitical. But since the Fed isn't apolitical, a neutered Fed would be good for the economy and the American people overall. Oh, yours is much bigger than mine. I think I have 1 terabyte and you have 32 gigabytes. That's much better. That's much better than mine. I have 8 gigabytes RAM and 1 terabyte. But I'm not suffering for my sanity. I heard DJT is not a good investment. I don't know. I think it's a good barometer of whether they are going to let Donald Trump get elected. And my guess is it's predicting that they're not going to let Donald Trump get elected. I don't have enough data to tell why that would be a bad investment. I think all media properties are good investments, and there's plenty of room in the media out there for more than one Twitter. And I think there's a lot of room out there for a place where people could speak their mind on health issues, democracy issues, their feelings on race, their feelings on DEI, in fair conversation, not bad and not evil and not intimidating conversation, but a place where people could speak freely. I think there's plenty of room for DJT to make a lot of money. But I do think it has to be, conversations have to be done with respect and without personal attack, and realize that everybody has the same rights to freedom liberty and pursuit of happiness, and checking out Anna Paulina Luna's new swimsuit. Yeah, I saw that. I like my social security number. Hope I don't have to get a new one. I see, he's painting. I don't like that. I've been here helping you paint, and I thought you were taking me seriously. All you're doing is painting. Anyway, that's a good job that you painted. Make sure the windows are open. Wash up while everything's wet. I hope you used water-based paint, not acrylic paint. And that's great. I hope your bathroom's clean. All right, so I'm going to sign off. I'm going to go walk my dog. Thank you to everybody. Thank you, John, for giving me good advice. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Flying Bus Driver. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Bill, Miko. And Waterbase is great. All right, so I wish everyone peace, love, and happiness. And I pray for peace in the world. Pray for Jenny, Rebecca. Pray for Anna, Queen of Trades, for her safety. Pray for Busy and his strength. I pray for Richard Hoffman and his jokes. And I pray for Ace, and we can add many more, Junk Savvy and her endurance. And we'll see you. Maybe not tomorrow. I don't know. I've got a pretty important errand to get done in the morning, but maybe in the afternoon. So catch you on the flip side.